All right, who we got in here? Somebody? Who's up in this piece? Come on, give me a hi or a hey or what's up, man? Well, we got people in here already. So what we got here is the Jin Captain kit knife. If you've been paying attention to the videos at all, you know what this thing is. We got a nice D2 steel blade. This thing has got one of the best factory edges I've ever seen. So let's get our first cut test. So you guys know what we're dealing with before we go into it. Maxilla, what's up, dude? All right. So we're fixing to go in on this guy right here and see how it do. Like I said, I've got high hopes for this thing. I'm expecting the ergos to be pretty good. Fook! I'm expecting good ergos. I'm expecting good cutting power. I'm expecting this to do really well. I'm going to try to go past the 4-hour mark if the edge holds up. I think it will. I think it will. But let's get something a little bit more mellow to start things off with. Oh, God. Yeah, the cut is so good. So what have you guys been getting into? Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, well, this is part of what I promised for the guys at Jin when they sent me this thing for review, is they were going to get a live stream out of this, and I really want to see how the edge holds up. Out of the box, it's one of the best factory edges I've ever gotten. Speaking of which, on the last video I did for this, there's the Amazon link and my discount code in the description. Man, I'm good. I've been looking forward to doing this. Like I've carried this thing for a week. I like how it carried. I like how it did for the week, but I've been really waiting to see how the, all right, sweet. I definitely appreciate you being there on the last one too. Oh my God, this thing cuts so good, Jesus. Oh, nice. All right, we got 2 layers of cardboard here. Yeah, so I rode into work yesterday, and it wound up being a real mess of a day. Like, I was so far out of my comfort zone. Video games. We might have been, yeah. We kind of get all over the map. But yesterday was a huge mess, and it felt like nothing went right. So, I came in today still stressed from yesterday, and I was about to fall asleep standing up all day long. Which, now that the week of carry on this is done, and this is the last part of the review process before I do the aftermath video, I've moved on to the Duratec liner lock, and we're going to see if that thing is as good as the Axis lock version. Because I've been wanting to carry that for a while, and then, of course, that's an $8 knife we can throw through Cardboard Slayer at some point. Because after this, we are going back to letting the 20-sided die pick the knife. Wow, we got 10 viewers right now? I got 9 over here on my screen, but that's okay, concurrence. This is cutting a little too easy right now. It just shot right through that. The ergos for pushing down and cutting like this are a little bit odd. Which... No, I was last live, what was it? 2-3 days ago, something like that? Like, it wasn't long ago. That's when we got that piece of crap Smith & Wesson out of the 20-sided die. Picked a piece of crap Smith & Wesson. That was a Well, the table's getting cut, but that was this thing right here, and I'll be honest, I had 3 hours in me, and it hurt the whole 3 hours. Like, this thing is garbage. But yeah, we hit video games quite a bit, so I mean that wasn't a stretch. Oh, um, yeah. We've done that a few times though, which I managed to catch my kid online and hooked up with them for some Fortnite, and I found out one of our worst fears has come to pass. I've picked us up a few dubs, just kind of running solo or duos, and I got our MMR up a little too high. So now we're running into some guys that are probably smurfing, and there's a little bit cracked, and I'm not cracked. So the Nat 20, the last 2 weeks now, has been the one knife I didn't want to use. The last live stream was this one mixed in with some knives I did want to use. There were 3 knives I did want to play with, and this one. And then the week before that was the CRKT CEO, and the CEO was the Nat 20. Nat 20 on that. That was, well, here's the sheet. So we'll have a knife, a knife, a knife, a knife. And 2 live streams ago, I hit a 20, and we got the CRKT CEO. The last live stream, I hit a 17, which put me on this thing. Yes. So I'll throw a knife I don't want to use in there for you guys. Maybe we'll get some entertainment out of it. And then the rest of them are knives that I want to play with, and everybody else kind of wants to see go through it too. Like last week, or last live stream last week, I had a Kajerb in there so that we could take a shot at some AR RPM 9 and see if the ergos on that thing held up. Because I'm pretty sure those ergos aren't going to hold up. I'll be honest, as exhausted as I am after 4 hours of doing this, I don't know if I could do 6. I'm hoping I might be able to get 5 out of this. If my hand stays comfortable enough and the edge holds up that long. Because, like, I really want this thing to do good. Dr. Drew, dude, what's up? Like, I really want this thing to do good. You know, I'd love for this thing to just be a fantastic knife all around. Everything else about it's good. It's just, it's down to edge retention now and how that holds up. But, I mean, this thing is blazing through the cardboard. It's got a very small hollow grind. Yeah, the live streams have been averaging about 4 hours. Just that last one with that piece of crap Smith & Wesson wound up being 3. I couldn't take anymore, and I had to be ready for work the next day. So, I found a song on YouTube right before I came down here. I'm assuming it was made a few days ago. But it's called I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again. It's funny as hell. Yeah, again. Hey, this is pretty damn funny. Might want to make a note to look that up later. Like it says the upload was like 4 days ago, and the comments are already turned off. I know, right? Like, they wrote that for me. I'm their target audience. Okay, so up here at the tip, the cut is like going through, you know, toilet paper basically, and then back here it's more of a normal cut. So I really got to watch what I'm doing there. If I catch this tip wrong, it's going straight into the table. Knives Are Life, what's up, dude? We're screwing around with this Jin Kit knife and seeing how long the edge holds up. So I think this might be our first confirmed D2 knife. The last D2 that we had was the 10th place finisher in Temu Geddon. And since it's from Temu, I don't trust that it actually is D2. Because it's Temu. Yes, this is the knife that came in the kit. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you dropping by. It's always cool to have someone drop by for a few minutes. But yeah, this is the kit knife. So this is part of the review on this thing. Because like everything else about this thing is solid, really, really solid. It's just we're gonna see how long the edge holds up. Hang on a second. You bought this $6 knife marked M390, didn't you? A face only a flea market could love. Okay. Yeah, that's the one that's popped up, and I've seen guys doing Temu reviews and stuff like that, and they get that thing and they open it and they're like, oh, M390, wow. And then they act like they believe it's M390. It's like, huh, where'd you get your M390? From the toilet store? Well, we're here. There you go. We needed that. And I have not ordered hander pants yet. I saw them on Amazon and almost got them, and then I was like, hey, you know what? Not today. Guys, bear with me. I'm trying to think of something interesting besides complaining about work. Something. Anything. I will say one thing that we do is everybody has a freak out session when they think one of the big dogs from corporate or something like that's going to come in and check the building out. I think out of the last 6 times that's happened and we've gone through the nightmare that is everybody freaking out about it, only one time has the guy actually showed up. Think about watermelons. What's up, Elder Lopez? They wash their hair and they use Pantene, but I got watermelon to keep me clean. Oh, not too much, dude. Been looking forward to going in on the Jin knife and seeing how it does. And, you know, out here hanging out with you guys. Even with a fucking fantastic factory edge, like, for some reason, it likes to start tearing on this cut. And, yeah. Charlie McFarley. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right. But like part of the cardboard just tears and then it won't finish that cut. Like, I swear to God, it's worse than being the third guy in a human centipede. So this is the Jin Captain kit knife. I've done a few videos on it. And basically this comes in a box and you've got all your screws, scales, all the bits and pieces, and you put it together yourself. And they include a T6 and a T8 driver and pivot lube, and it's like 30 bucks. Or with my discount code, like 27. And the blade's D2. So right now we're trying to see if I last longer than the Edge does, basically. Because we've had like a $6 Temu knife last 4 hours, and then I only dropped it because I wanted to, not because it needed it. All right, well, we'll do that. Yeah, it's weird, like I'm not used to Amazon not being willing to ship stuff somewhere. It is on Amazon. As a matter of fact, if you want to bounce out and check out the last video I did, which should be the review on this one after a week, it's got the Amazon link on it and it's got my discount code. John, what's up? Rich, what's going on, man? We're wailing on this thing here. You ought to check this thing out on your channel, dude. Like, you're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it. Oh, you did? Like, I haven't been going too crazy on looking, or like I've had a hard time watching much on YouTube for the last couple 3 weeks here, so I'm not up to date on what everyone's got going on. Why'd you stop doing videos? No, I'm curious. What in the world did you get shadow banned for? Yeah, I really love the vibe on this thing. Like, I get a late 70s, early 80s vibe off of this, maybe even going to the 1960s, like Easy Rider, Evel Knievel. Like, wow, that's weird. I haven't. The only thing close to changing things for me is like the number of views on the 15-second pocket checks has dropped dramatically. It's gone from like 2,500 views a day to like 500. But yeah, this thing is solid. The only thing that we're really looking at now is edge retention and seeing how well it holds up. If the edge retention is as good as I think it's going to be, then yeah, this is a winner for, 30, 27 bucks. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird dealing with some of the stuff on these platforms. Yeah, he's like, how do you know you're shadow banned in the first place? Like, that's a weird one. Oh yeah, like I'm still hitting very, very slow growth. Like I'm still pushing into that first 1,000, but I'm also not doing a bunch of giveaways because, well, right now I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's worth paying for a haircut. That gives you an idea. Oh no, I am getting my hair cut. It's just we had to sit there and figure out how to pay for it for a few minutes. Like, I can't even afford a ticket to get on the struggle bus. Oh, no, I can pull my videos up on my searches easy enough. That's how I found out I've done reviews on some stuff that nobody else has reviewed, probably because nobody else wants to review a $12 knife. I don't think the cardboard's aware of its fate, really. You know, it's kind of like you pull a tuna out of the sea, and it doesn't know what's going to happen to it before it's, you know, dead. Tuna out of the sea. Yeah. Yeah. Tuna. Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking freshwater fish there for a second. Tim could be here to school us. Yeah, I don't think any of us are here to make money, dude. Like, if you want to make $1 million in YouTube, you better start out with $1 billion unless you get real damn lucky. Like, I'd like something to take off and turn into a big view count. Like, I think the best I've done is, I think maybe around 2,000 views on one 2,000 views on one long form video. Maybe that much. And it's funny, on my old channel, there was a video I did that was supposed to be just a throwaway, basically a quick link to doing something easily for safety's sake. That may be up over 30,000 views now. Like, it just keeps getting views. And because that channel is not monetized, it accomplishes nothing for me. Yeah, I'll have to look. I know there's a couple that went over 1,000. You know, and that was like the holiday stuff, the top 10 under 100, the under 20 budget bangers, like stuff like that will get views all day long. I'm trying to think of another way to do that without being the same video I already did. Yeah, I mean, in the shorts, you know, I just do the 15-second pocket check, you know, before I leave for work every day, just because it helps the channel. You know, it pulls views in, and usually if one of them does, well, what they're doing right now, that's an extra 2-3 subscribers a day, which, you know, ain't nothing to sneeze at where I'm at right now. I know once you make it over that first 1,000, they really start piling up quick, but you got to make it through that first 1,000. I don't know if that's your YouTube initiation or what, but like my old channel, video's got 30,000 views on it and 800 subscribers. Like, the number never went up past that. And since I'm not making content for it anymore, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, now I sit up in the morning and I'm like, all right, which knife can I do that I haven't done recently? My favorite pocket knife injury remedy, if it's a minor injury, super glue. Like, drop some super glue on it. You know, that'll seal it up pretty much immediately. It'll be waterproof. Like, you could drop rubbing alcohol on it, it ain't gonna do nothing. I've done that a few times when I've had, you know, minor cuts on my hands. Minor. Now, if you get a serious one, you just got to go get stitches, dog. Like, that's not something to joke around with. But yeah, the super glue thing, it's not a rumor. It's legit. And if you do it right and you get a nice coat on it that fills everything in, then you won't know you have a cut anymore once the layer that's stuck to the tip of your finger wears off. You will feel super glue on, you know, wherever it's spread around the cut, and you can kind of rub that off, or you know, you can flake it off, or you know, just wear a pair of gloves and sweat a little bit. The glue doesn't burn me unless I hit it with activator. Once I hit it with activator, then it'll burn, but without it, no. I thought it would burn. I thought it would burn, and like, the only reason I really found out how much I like it is I was doing some wood turning and I was trying to do a CA finish, and I had a cut on my finger that was bothering me, and all of a sudden, it wasn't bothering me no more. Now, if you do a medium or thick CA and you hit that with activator, that's gonna burn. That shit gets hot. Oh yeah, I used to use electrical tape and a little bit of toilet paper rolled up, and that took care of me just fine. Because 1977, alive and kicking, what's up? You know, we didn't have band-aids in the house, and I was into all kinds of stupid shit, and I got cut a lot. So once you make it past the little tip right here, the geometry for pushing through the cut isn't that different from other stuff we've tried, but that little bit at the tip, good God. You know, and of course that's the thinnest part too, but the rest of the edge, pretty standard. And then of course, this right here just had a maxi pad slapped on it and got taped down. And I went right back to building a fire. God, on the right cut, this is phenomenal. I do have the review after a week of carry up on the channel. I have the, oh, you're talking about the kit. I don't have an effective way to really test a medic kit for, I don't really have a good way to test out a medic kit and provide a very valid review on it besides opening it and going, all this stuff is cool, and then not do anything with it. And I don't know enough about medical stuff really to look at that stuff and know what I'm talking about, which is where I run into problems with that. Oh, it's a knife. Hang on. I'll look it up on Amazon and add it to the list. I take that back, it's not showing up. See the Lansky responder. I'll add it to the list. That being said, anything out of the list right now, I'm not going to get to for a long time. Yeah, no, I appreciate adding stuff to the list so that when I have the time and the money to drop on stuff like that, then I can take a look at it. Um, 'Cause sometimes I'm looking at it and like I've got a pretty long list building up, but apparently I've become the king of the sub $30 knife on this little weird corner of YouTube. So that's kind of right in the vein of what this channel is normally all about. But Charlie, what knife are you talking about? And no, I don't have people send me stuff before you think about that. I'm not comfortable with it right now, and I don't have a way to do that without doxing myself. But yeah, I did throw it on the Amazon wish list. Like, that list is long as hell. But the shape of that knife, is definitely intriguing. It does give me questions about the ergonomics on it, which may make it worth doing videos on, because if the ergonomics don't work, then I can get like a few videos out of it, and it's more interesting than, hey, this thing was great the whole time. You know, that's just me though. Yeah, Rich, I'm sure you'll be back. You know, like you've got that whole setup for filming, man. Like, you can't not use it, especially after you invested that much time and energy, and I'm assuming money on building that. I know you did the woodworking stuff yourself, but there's so damn many lights and everything else back there. Like, I know it wasn't free. Yeah, I think I've still got I've got a few GVDVs. Actually, I've got one that I bought a long time ago that I haven't really carried for a full review yet. I think I carried it for like 2 days. Yeah, I know it's your shop, I know it's your man cave, but still, like, all the lights and everything in there, like, you got that whole thing set up, man. You got to do something with it. Like, at some point, you'll start kicking yourself. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I've got a few GVDVs. I know who they are. But yeah, it's like me with my blacksmithing shop, dude. Like, my headspace ran me out of there, and I haven't got back in there yet, and it bothers me knowing that it's sitting there untouched. Yeah, Rich, I'm not having people send me stuff. I'm going to have to set something up where I'm not doxing myself before I let anyone send me anything. Like, you and me have done trades, so, we have addresses and stuff, but, that's a little different. Like, I've got a track record with you. I know you're legit. Odin Wolf. I know I've heard that name somewhere before. Like, they had a couple of really good budget knives, I think, that took off, and then they went quiet again. Like, they just stopped getting traction. Oh, yeah, this is a box from Tortilla Chips. Now, I did see something interesting when I was setting this live stream up. There's an option to, like, go live with somebody else. I need to try to figure out how to make that work. Yeah, right now I'm in my finished basement, and the whole basement's a disaster because I've got like a resin casting area. I've got an area to make e-liquid. I've got like shelves to store random crap. I've got an area that was for making lanyard beads. I've got an area that's basically, it's got a Sega Genesis, an SNES, an NES, 3 fake NES minis, an Xbox, and some crap piled on the table next to the Street Fighter 2 arcade cabinet, and just mess everywhere. Yeah, and like I have no idea how to make a, you know, doing a Cardboard Slayer live stream with somebody else live and have that really make sense, basically. Just how to make that make sense. Yes, I have heard of Sativian, and this Sativian is rotten garbage. Do not buy this Sativian. I've got 2 other Sativians. I like those, but this thing is garbage. Yeah, find somebody else that can do a 2 simultaneous Cardboard Slayer live streams. I don't know who else has the commitment to do something like this. The thing looks funky, but let me walk you through its failures. So you've got this guy right here. You've got 3 opening mechanisms. All right. The first one is your back flipper. Punisher, you didn't miss much. But when you pull this thing down and flip it open, there's a strong detent, so it opens fast. And if you don't get your finger out of the way fast enough, it gets caught here. And it's hard to get your finger out of the way. You've got the front flipper here, and it's so big and the detent's so stiff that it's hard to get that to open right. And the thumb hole is a bit too small for it, so that becomes a problem. And while I was cutting with this thing, the ergos were so bad that I had to swap this out for another knife. It was painful in the hand. Carrying it in the waistband, it was very painful. There was a giant hot spot, the exact shape of the knife, for hours after I pulled it out. In my pocket, it also rubbed and was very uncomfortable. Like, they got one of everything wrong. Yeah. I'm racing someone gluing boxes together. That's what we need. Oh, that'd be good. Like, yeah, no, Sativian, that one sucks so bad. Like, I give that like a 1 out of 10. But yeah, no, I need someone gluing boxes together that doesn't want them cut up, that I'm messing with. Got a little bit of blade rattle showing up now. A little bit. So maybe the pivot's going to be loosening up while we do this. I mean, here's the thing too, is like I've seen other channels, you know, they'll put knives through cardboard, but they don't really give you an idea how much cardboard they actually put it through, you know? Like, they'll show a clip of them cutting cardboard for like 12 seconds and then be like, look, it's still sharp. It's like, I don't know how much you actually cut, sir. You know, but what we have learned is like 8 CR13, 3.5, 4 hours of this. No problem. I haven't had that happen in a long time. Like years and years and years ago, back when knife steel was worse, when knife steels were a lot worse, I've had more than a few blades break, and a couple of them have, you know, like the blade would break and the remnants of the blade would catch me on the hand or something like that. I haven't had anything break recently though. But I'm not a hard user. I'm not in a hard use environment. So like, I don't have that problem. Like, when I do reviews, it's from the perspective of a more average everyday user, you know. It's not a review from somebody that's in a hard use environment that beats the living shit out of knives. If you want that, go check Scab out. Go check Joe X out. I'm trying to remember the ones that I have. Let me see if I can look these up real quick. Okay. So I've got the Sativian ST-132. I love that one. Great knife. And my other one that Rich sent me, let me see if I can find it on here. Bear with me. Is not showing up right now, and it's on the other side of the house. So I'm not going to go get it. Come on, show up. Where are you? Okay, do I need to just go on Chrome? Yeah, I do need to put the one that you sent me. I can do Cardboard Slayer with that one. That'll be interesting. As round as that handle is and broomstick-like as it is, I'm wondering how hard it's going to be to keep that edge straight, pushing on it really hard. Rich, you don't know the number of the one you sent me, do you? It's like, it is not showing up on Amazon here at all. Top Dog, what's up? Let me try to pronounce this. Rokio Tavube. Did I get that right? So the knives that I like the most are in a giant pile in the drawer next to the bed. Most of the other ones are in a box right here. And sir, I have no idea what language you were throwing at me right now. I know it is one I'm not familiar with because the only thing I'm familiar with is English. My apologies. Okay, let me see if I can find it on Chrome. No, it's not the 147, Rich. We're gonna find this thing. Sorry for the dead spot here, guys. Christ almighty, I'm not seeing it anywhere. No, it's not quite the 147, I don't think. ST-146. It's the ST-146. All right, Ace. We found it. The hot wire, I think I've seen that one before. Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing with the channel as it stands right now. Like, I'm not in a position to go pick up knives constantly, you know. Even that $20 is a bit more than I can swing at the moment. And every penny that I have that I can push off to the side is getting saved up for Blade Show Atlanta in June. So you didn't miss a whole lot, dude, at all. There, you missed that. Trust me, I'd love to be constantly picking up new stuff to review, but right now, I can't. Which is a weird position to be in. We went with the mummy this time. We can swing back to the knight or the alien or the scuba guy later on. Was that where I saw that hot wire? I think it was. I wanted to check it out, and a friend of mine wanted to buy a knife, so we went down there. Yeah, a little bit of lock rock. I think the pivot screw is backing off just a little bit while I'm using it. Yeah, like every time I go to my Walmart, nothing's on clearance. All right, let's see if this thing is backed off, and I can't tell if the back off is from carry or from this. We're gonna find out though. All right, no more lock rock, no more nothing. It has backed off a bit. This may be a candidate for Loctite. Or a candidate for not abusing it like we're abusing it now. I think that may be why I didn't pick up the hot wire. Like, I've got big hands. Like, I gotta buy XL gloves. So when knives get too small, I don't vibe with them because I can't really open them and close them easily. Like, there's a few that I've passed on, or they're in the box of never to be remembered because I have to use two hands because my hands are too big. And I did finally relieve myself of the Harbor Freight Icon knife. It is no longer in this house. It's a shame. They could have pulled that quality off with an original design. So this is the Jin Captain kit knife. I've done a few videos on it now, but basically you buy this thing and it's a box that's got the blade, the scales, the liners, everything in pieces, and then you get to put it together yourself. They sent me this thing for review, so I'm reviewing it as hard as I possibly can tonight. The Loctite stops your pivot screw from backing out. That's all. Sergio, how you doing, man? The Jin's doing good so far. The only thing I've noticed is the pivot screw was a little bit loose. I don't know if that was from this or from using it all week, but yeah, it's doing good. We just gotta find, like, I'm gonna find out over the course of this whether or not this is what loosened the pivot screw up. So yeah, we're going in on it. Like I'll say, the Harbor Freight Icon knife is put together well. It feels good. Like everything about it's pretty skookum, but you know, I don't want something that shady in my collection. Like they pulled some bullshit there that they shouldn't have pulled. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't like how they came by the design. The knife is absolutely made in China. This is absolutely made in China. Brenda or Brad, what's up? That last cut's always tricky. We are closing in on the hour mark pretty quickly. So once we hit 1 hour, we're going to do the cut test with it. If it does like all the 8CR and where all my CR series steels have done, then we have knocked the finest part of the apex down, but it's still going to be going strong. And this thing still feels insanely sharp. Yeah, dude. Enjoy the family, enjoy food, and yep, there are a lot of American flags made in China. Come on, man. Yeah, definitely appreciate it. But yeah, come on, dude. You can buy American flags made in China right now. Yeah, the listing is D2. We got D2 stamped right there, or etched. I think that's a laser etch. But I mean, honestly, if this was made in America and had all that goodness going on behind it, it would not be $30. Now, that being said, for what this is, a kit, a really cool idea with the budget pricing and what you're getting out of it, it's kind of hard to beat. I'm just hoping when they see like my videos, Randy's videos, everyone else, if they watch the reviews on them. Okay, we're back. Yeah, the live decided it wanted to crap on me, but I'm of two minds on that subject. You know, for me, it's still fun to put the kit together, and they do give you the T6 and T8 Torx drivers. They do give you the pivot lube. They give you like all the, you know, extra accoutrement. But for someone that hasn't really taken apart their stuff or messed with it that much, I think it's a cool thing for them to learn how these things are put together and how they work. I don't think they're saving that much money with all the extra packaging and everything else that comes with it. Yeah, no, that's me, dude. Curiosity Forge is me. That is my other account, and I use that to watch the comments on the other phone. Yeah, see, I mean, that's exactly what this kit's for. All right, this kit's for people who are curious but either haven't taken them apart before or, you know, stuff like that. You want to get someone into knives, this is a good way to do it. I feel like it's valid. Like, I do understand the thought of the company cheaping out by having you build the knife, but, I mean, the paying for the 7 minutes, heavy fool, what's up? You know, paying for the 7 minutes it takes to assemble this thing, or if someone's doing it all day, the 3 minutes it takes, wouldn't cost nearly as much as the extra packaging, the instructions, and everything else that comes with it. At least I don't think. Oh, what were you playing, man? Yeah, I've seen some wooden knife kits. Like, they do exist. You know, they do exist. You You know, but that being said, personally, I don't have an interest in the wooden knife kit, but if you got a kid that you don't want to hand something sharp, yeah. And Jen also has kits with G10 blades. I think they sent Randy some of those. They didn't send them to me. They just sent this one in for the review, which, you know, fair enough. My feelings are not hurt. But yeah, no, you can buy knife kits that are just all wood and screws. Those have been around for a while. Like, they'll pop up in my Faceballs groups every so often with guys getting them for their kids and stuff like that. It's not a terrible idea. That being said, I was just given real knives and told to be careful with them and told the basic safety. Don't hand someone a knife point first. Don't cut towards yourself. Brawl Stars. I think I've seen the name on that one. Well, I mean, and that's the thing is, like, I don't even know if they're watching the reviews on this. I'm hoping they do, because both me and Randy have said it. Like, these scales, we need other designs for them. Like, we need, if they're gonna do this, like, they need some nice looking ones, and they also need some just straight up gas station scales, skulls, fire, snakes, all that. I want holiday scales, like Christmas trees and Santas and turkey legs for Thanksgiving, like stuff like that. Yeah, I can't remember how old I was. Take that back. I think I was like 7 or 8 when I got my first knife. It was a little bitty Swiss Army knife. And this is way back when. So, like, they didn't really imply knife rules at school or anything like that. So I was just using it to cut up an apple. And pearls started getting clutched and parents started getting called and all that. Because I didn't know that was a rule. All right, man. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you being here. Let me try to pronounce this. Tristip1. What's up? I'm going with that. Galaxy. We're just wearing out this Jen knife right here. We're a few minutes away from doing the cut test after the first hour to see if I'm correct that we just knocked the finest point of the apex off. It doesn't feel like we may have done that. Seth Kretzer, what's up, man? I'm not even sure we've knocked the... Oh, man, bummer. So, Jen sent me this knife to review. It's a kit. You put the knife together yourself. And we're doing Cardboard Slayer on it right now to see how long the edge holds up. It's D2 steel. I've done a few videos on it. And the videos have the Amazon link for this and my discount code and all that. But we're testing this thing out. We're seeing if this edge lasts longer than I do. All right, man. Yeah, I'm not sure we've even really done that much damage to the apex yet. The way it's cutting right now. Dude, this thing came with one of the sharpest factory edges I've ever seen. Like, no shit. One of the sharpest factory edges I've ever gotten my hands on. I don't know I don't know who they got sharpening these things, but that dude deserves a blowjob from the Pope. I don't know. I haven't played any mobile games in forever, man. Like in my style of mobile game, my style of mobile game is more like a Puzzle Quest. Like they've got a Puzzle and Dragons. I've played the hell out of that back in the day. And then Magic the Gathering Puzzle Quest. Like I played competitive Magic the Gathering for years, and after the divorce, I ended up selling my collection, so I don't play anymore. But Magic the Gathering Puzzle Quest is a very interesting game because it's kind of a match 3 puzzle game, but you're also like using that to play abilities off of cards and stuff like that. You know, me with knives, you may have a valid point. Just tell them you're 11. You'll get through the door. All right, let's see how the edge is looking now. It's not as worn as it's not as worn as the CR series steels have been at this point. Like, really, it's not. Yeah, Call of Duty is one of those games I'll only play if I have friends with me. Kind of like Fortnite. And none of my friends have been into Call of Duty. Not since World War II. There's a little tiny bit of edge wear off of this first hour, but not much. Like the fact that it's still cutting that paper right there is amazing. All right. Well, Warzone came with my PS5. That's the only way I got a PS5 at MSRP. And I wanted to play, but none of my friends play. And I think I played one game in Battle Royale. I parachuted in, got killed immediately, somehow got out of the gulag, and then I parachuted back in and got killed before I touched the ground. That was one of my handful of actually thrown controllers. And our next victim is Vanity Fair Everyday Napkins. 200 packs. So on Call of Duty World War II, we'd go in and play hardcore team deathmatch, and I would post usually a 2.0 to a 3.0 KD until something happened and the game flipped around and you couldn't get off the spawn point without getting smashed. I don't have a link for the stropping compounds because I just got diamond compound and a strop off Temu. That was the whole point, was to see what those could do. However, you can find the exact same diamond paste on Amazon. I can tell you which ones I use. But yeah, like I don't have a Temu link for that. So I've got I basically got 2 strops for this, and I've got a 10 micron right here, 10 micron, down to 5 micron right here. And then this is 2.5 micron. So 10 to 5 to 2.5, and that brings back some really, really, really good edges. And that's all you really need. I mean, if you bought another strop with 2 sides like this one, then you could go down to like 1 micron and get it even crazier, which I kind of wish I did. Yeah, like the World War II I played was on PS4, and the zombie Nazis, that was a lot of fun too. I got good at that first installment before they started adding DLC, and I could shirt people through that pretty consistently and get them their special helmet for finishing it. And then my buddy that got me into it, like, he'd go in and try to do all the things in it and get the special ending, which, you know, is good. Like, I'm still terrible with guns that only shoot once. Like, I need to have automatic fire, or I'm not even that good with shotguns. So, like, my ARs and my submachine guns were all getting, like, the gold skins on them. I didn't even bother pushing for diamond. I really like the copper skin on all of them, though. I didn't hit Left 4 Dead. That's one thing. I tend to hyper focus on one game and one game only for a long time, and then I'll burn out on it and move to something else. The biggest one for years for me was Destiny 2. I miss when Destiny 2 wasn't... I missed Destiny 2 before Bungie started doing the thing they were complaining about from Activision, only worse. I am still so salty about that. Like, I paid $120 for the digital deluxe with supposedly all the DLC before it came out. I got to play the beta. And then when I came back again, you had to pay another $60 to get the full game again. And I burned out and stopped playing for a little while and came back for some of my friends. You had to pay another $60 for the full game again. And then this last time when I burned out, like, they did the thing and you got to pay another $100 for the full game again. It's like, nope, I'm out. You know, I'm assuming whoever did that is taking their anger out on us, because they must have, like, found a lightsaber under their mom's bed and can't figure out why it tastes like shrimp, and so now we got to pay for it. Oh, that's not a bad deal, man. Destiny 1. Oh my god, like, I still have a lot of love for Destiny 1. And that's just because the team deathmatch, or as they call it, Clash, the pacing on that was just different. It was a bit of a slower pace. And you could, like, I got real good at finding the lanes back and forth between the spawn points that other people didn't use. So I could, like, move through those areas and then set myself up for getting a lot of you know, get myself a lot of kills just working my way through areas that people weren't using. And I went back and played it again a while ago just for nostalgia, and I can still do that. You know, the only people left in that game now that it's mostly dead are guys that are diehards, and, you know, they've gotten really cracked at it. But I can still hold my weight with the build that I loved back then. And I mean, I really enjoyed it. But that was like a much slower pace. And I had armor that kept feeding rounds into the armor kept feeding rounds into the magazine while I shot. And the gun that I had like an 80 round mag in it. Unstable as all hell, but huge magazine. So, and if I caught everything just right, I could catch like a 4-stack coming around a corner off their spawn point and just aim at the door and mow all of them down and send them right back to the spawn point again. Like, I have done a full 4-stack without reloading. Destiny 2 had a chain gun with like a 120 round mag, and that same armor made it to Destiny 2. And I cleared the entire team trying to make it through a door to take the point I was controlling. Like, just 6 of them in a row. I keep meaning to play stuff and I never get around to it. Like, I think I've bought like 4 games for my Nintendo 64, another game for my Sega Saturn, and I meant to play them, and I sat there and ran them for about 15 minutes and then never picked them back up. We're going to cut this thing down and make it a bit more manageable. Okay, we can work with that. Oh yeah, everybody likes that song. Like, I don't even play Fallout, and I know what that song is. Like, I did hyper focus on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands for a while, and I'm still pissed off about what they did with the DLC there. I am pissed. God. Right? Like, that's the thing. Borderlands DLC is amazing. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, you've got basically an event that's just mini boss, or random encounter, mini boss, random mini boss, random boss. And all you can do is crank the difficulty up on it. And then the other DLC is that same concept, but worse. And you play the same thing over and over again, nonstop. And it just, that's not what the DLC should have been. I tell you, one game that really still has my heart, and I love sitting down and playing it once in a while, is Katamari Damacy. Like, I got really good at that. And then just basically I did all the things effectively enough that I could do a pretty good speed run through it. And kind of stopped playing it. And I'll pick it up once in a while just for old time's sake. I don't remember which Fallout game I played first. Or not Fallout, Borderlands. Brain fart, man. I tell you, that Borderlands in space, God almighty, that was bad. Jesus. I mean, I love me a good shooter looter, but man. I keep telling the wife to pick Hades up because I want to start playing Hades again, and I don't ever actually put it in the Switch. Yeah, I will play some Fortnite, but only with the right people. I don't go in there and play by myself because that's not the point. It was like once I gave up Destiny 2 because of how bad it was getting. I couldn't find what to do next, so I wound up playing a ton of Rocket League. I never got that good at it, and I kind of burned out on that one pretty hard. Like, I really burned out on it. You know, and part of it is I didn't have the right team of people with me. Like, one friend I played with, wasn't in the mood to try to improve his gameplay any. The rest of my friends were like super, super cracked at it, so they had me in lobbies I had no business being in, and basically it was so far above my pay grade that I never had a chance to learn anything. So, if your buddy brought you in on ranked and you were just starting, your MMR was so low that you had a lot of bots and weak players and stuff like that. Like, I've gone in with like my kid when they had like a really new account. We'd go in and I'd pull I'd basically single-handedly pull dubs out of my ass. And that's the problem. We got our MMR too high, and now like we run into guys that are sort of cracked, and I'm sort of bad, so it adds out. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Chris. Now, I will say with Fortnite, I do like well enough kind of the way the season is set up as far as the map and everything goes, but the season pass has not a damn thing I want on it. Yes. I never got into Minecraft. Like, I remember a buddy of mine. He calls me up one day. He's like, "You got to try playing Minecraft. You can do anything." It's like, I don't know what that means, sir. And he kept going on about it. I'm like, all right, cool, cool. And then, honestly, the Minecraft crowd kind of ruined any shot Minecraft would have had with me. You know, it's kind of like Slipknot. It took me a long time to get into Slipknot because the fan base ruined it for me before I ever got into it. Slipknot fans at the time were the worst. So really, it took them going mainstream before I really found out what they were and that I actually liked them. Well, it's kind of one of the, like, so the Minecraft crowd that I'm referring to is kind of like when, you know, like I went into some game in VR on the Quest. It's like a modified baseball, basketball-ish weird thing. But the second I loaded in and I was in the lobby, a fucking 8-year-old like comes floating up to me. "Do you have a mic? Do you have a mic? Do you have a mic?" And would not go away. And like that drove me up the damn wall. You know, it's just like my Destiny 2 raid team. One guy, his little 5-year-old cousin would load into his game and just start joining random parties. So like we'd be in the middle of a raid or in the middle of a nightfall or something like that, doing something kind of difficult, and this kid would pop up and he'd just start talking and yelling random shit, or he'd have music on in the background. It's just like, bro, really? Come on. Yeah, but that's why I only have team chat on. I just, like, I only want to hear my team. I don't want to hear hot mics. I don't want to hear shit else. And I'm very picky about the teams I join because I've Like I've joined coworkers and they'll have guys that are using the mic on their PlayStation with no headset with a crying child in the background. Somebody else in there is yelling at their girlfriend the whole time. Somebody else has got music on in the background, and it's just like, bro, this is fucking miserable. Why do you deal with this? Yeah, like, and that's like, I find Fortnite very relaxing when I'm with the right people. Like, I go with my kid. Like, we're not trying to do anything except just play. If we get murked, okay, move on to the next one. You know, we're just relaxing and having fun. You know, I'm looting, I'm having fun. Maybe I'll get a few kills, maybe I won't. Have not played Half-Life. Oh no, see again, I only have my team mic on, so the only people I hear are in my party, and I play no build, which no build's a lot of fun. All right, Fook. We'll be here for a while longer. But yeah, if you're gonna run Fortnite and you're not like, you know, trying to become like, you know, that guy, you just go in a no build and you go in with friends. And you go in with friends that are playing the way you like to play. And you just relax and have fun. You know? I got friends that like to hot drop nonstop and like get us into, you know, fights that we can't get ourselves out of and get the team wiped immediately. I don't run with those guys very often. You know, with my kid, so a buddy of mine is like one of the top players in the country, or at least he was. And so I go in with him when I was learning how to play. And, you know, I played how he played. You know, he'd land somewhere where he knew he could loot, get geared up, and then go out and work his way across the map into the safe zone, and only fight when he had to. Oh no, fuck that. I don't care if you judge me. I play no build. I'm not building. No, I will not play build mode unless it's... If I join your team and your people I want to play with, and you want to play build mode, sure. I'm not going to build, but I will join you while I play build mode. And there have been games where, you know, they go into build mode and I just find a grenade launcher or something like that, and I work on blowing up the thing while they're building it so that my guys can get in there and snipe them. Like, that's what I do, is I run full on support. You know, I will do as much damage to what they're building as possible, and, you know, make it as hard for them to build as they can so my guys can get in there and kill them. Like, I am support. I am the group's healer. So it's still cutting pretty much like it did out of the box. Like when we checked it at 6 o'clock, the edge was still very strong. Little tiny bit of wear, not much. Nowhere near as much as we normally have with the 8CR from what I can tell. Like the cut through the copy paper wasn't very loud. I'm getting my leg out of the way. Yeah, like, this is kind of what I expected out of this thing, is as good as all the components are and as well as it's been, you know, carrying. I was going to be super, super disappointed if the edge wore out quickly. All right, brother. Guess we'll see you in about 30 minutes here. Like the earliest I'm planning on cutting this is at about 9 o'clock unless something happens. However, if I am physically up to it, I'd like to push longer and see what it takes to really wear the edge out. And look at how much adhesive sticks to this blade when you do this. Like it's all adhesive from the tape. I need to figure out how I can set up like an auxiliary account, like set up an auxiliary Fortnite account that isn't my main, and put together a Discord server and like get 2 or 3 of you guys on there with me. That'd be fun. Yeah. My Fortnite team is only for Patreons. Yeah, if I can figure out how to make that work, I may take a look at that. You know, my only problem is like this right here. I have to, you know, like I have to clear a lot of time for it. And like a lot of my gaming right now is just I catch my kid online, so I'll jump in and run with them. But trying to set aside time for a live stream and set aside time for gaming and still go to work and, you know, be at least mostly present at home. I don't know how to make that add up. That would be hilarious. Just start an OnlyFans of cutting up cardboard. Like, I wonder if that would actually work. Like, the more I think about it, the more I wonder if that would actually work out. Just do this on OnlyFans. Like, I got a feeling there might be a market for it there. There may be that, but just think about how funny that would be. Like, hey, I'm on OnlyFans, check me out. Oh my God. Like driving around with my OnlyFans link on the back of the truck. Oh my God, that is so good. Oh my God, that is so good. The only problem with that is I could not be seen. Right? Like, the big problem with that though is like there's no way in hell my wife could ride in the truck with my OnlyFans link splashed across the back windshield. It's like, oh, you're on OnlyFans? No, he is. I'm not your regular OnlyFans model. My stripper name is Abraham Lengthy. God, that would be amazing. Oh my God. Brother, I'm glad you led my brain down that rabbit hole. That was amazing. Oh, this just keeps getting better. Yeah, you like staring at these long strokes, don't you? Oh my God, this just keeps getting better. Yeah, you like those long strokes, huh? Look, we can go deeper. Well, unless she happens to be sitting really close to the stairwell going up from the basement. I don't think she heard any of that. I'm sitting here thinking, like, how amazing it would be if I could actually make a living doing this on OnlyFans. Oh. See, we don't call it a knife channel. We call it responsible cardboard destroying, or responsible cardboard processing for recycling. Which, in case you were curious, all this cardboard does get recycled. Because I take it to work when I know I can get away with it and throw it in the baler. And I have brought a handful of larger boxes to hold all the scraps from this. And then I'll have to get rid of them later. Why did YouTube shut down on my other phone? Okay, there we are. Yeah, I don't know why, but YouTube's not in love with me today. Everything went quiet in the chat. Right? Yeah, they're just like, no one wants to hear about a depressed 43-year-old man starting an OnlyFans. We're cutting it. We've seen all we need to see here. All right, I'm done with that. All right, the Vanity Fair box has met its end. Yeah, see, that was the thing before I started doing this. Like, I wouldn't tear into a lot of cardboard with a knife because it's like, way back in the day when it was like surgical steel and the old heat treatment on old 440 and stuff like that. Cardboard will wreck your edge. Oh yeah, no, we were talking about me starting an OnlyFans. But it's like, cardboard will wreck your edge. Don't cut cardboard. It's like, no. No, you can cut all the cardboard you damn well want. 3CR13 did this for 3.5 hours. Okay, so we are going to check the edge real quick because we're going in on some cardboard that I know is more hardcore than what we've been cutting. So we'll just grab the difficult paper first. Okay, so it's cutting good. We just have the right. I don't want to do super steel yet, but it's still cutting good. The only thing hanging up is the adhesive that's stuck to here. That's the one thing I got to figure out how to get cleaned off fast. This adhesive will cause you to hang up in a cut really, really bad. All right, our next victim is Cheerios. Take that, General Mills. You know what you did. You know why you're not an admiral yet. Yeah, like I need to get a... I need to get some rubbing alcohol on a paper towel and clean this off, but I don't have a bottle down here with me right now. Now, that being said, if I keep cutting up stuff that doesn't have tape on it, it will wear it off. But this is also kind of how you can see the transition into the deeper part of the hollow grind. Like, that tells you the grind isn't too hollow right there. But like the last knife I did with the deep hollow grind, like there was no adhesive stuck in here. There was no scratches in there. There was no nothing. Oh, I knew the Monopoly guy's name. It was something Pennybags. It's like the instructions for Monopoly used to have like the guy's name in it and everything. Yeah, exact. No, I think it was Millfield Pennybags. That was the same name my brain was reaching for, and I was like, nah, that can't be it. Nah, it was Pennybags. Like, and the fucked up thing is there was a different version of Monopoly originally, where basically you played where everybody was trying to help build something up. No, my OnlyFans name is I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again. I just found that song on YouTube. It's hilarious. But, no, so there was a version of Monopoly on one side of the board from its original creator where you guys are all working together to build something. And then you flip it over and you're playing basically the greedy landlord version of it instead. And Parker Brothers took that and well, no, Parker Brothers took that and they only did the landlord side. They didn't do the other side where everybody is trying to work together. And I don't remember if they bought the game out or just basically made the game and then ran the original creator out of town on the back of it. Like, I saw a long, deep dive into it, but it was a long time ago and I've forgotten a lot of parts. Oh my God. So, at one point I had a Monopoly game going with my brother, and two-player Monopoly just plain sucks. But we kind of hit an impasse where we both had so much stuff on the board in the same areas that we were basically just not losing any money off each other. And we ended up having to just basically write the amounts of money we got from the bank. Like, we had all the money out of the bank. Josh, what's up? We had all the money out of the bank. There was none left. So we were having to write down what the bank owed us for all of our chance and community cards and all that. And just throw it in a bowl, basically. That game went for about 6 weeks. And then finally we were just like, yeah, we don't want to play anymore. I like how they made like a trillion different opolies, like somehow they were culturally significant. Georgia Bulldogs opoly, Georgia Tech opoly. Now, if they made Waffle House opoly, I'd be about that shit. Oh yeah, Waffle House opoly would be amazing. Now, at one point, I did make my own Monopoly table. I basically had like 3 boards that were painted white. I think they were like fence boards or something like that. And like, I made the ricketiest, shittiest table out of them. It was awful. But I went through there with magic markers and paint pens and did my own whole board all the way around with all kinds of funny, sort of clever sort of clever renames of everything. I wish I still had that table, but I made it back in like 1997. Yeah, a pacifist run on Waffle Houseopoly. I need to remember that for later. Like, do not throw punches. Do not collect $200. It'll probably hit me again later. No, if you ever make it to the U.S., you need to come to the Southeast and you need to hit Waffle House up. But you've got to hit the Waffle House up at like 3 a.m. and you need to see half of the staff outside smoking a cigarette before you pull into the parking lot. Like, it's the weirdest thing, but the floors need to look greasy, but they're a little sticky. Like, that's what you want. Like, the less certain you are about the score from the health inspection, the better it's going to be. Like, that's no joke. No, Waffle House is phenomenal. Like, you know, it's weird. Like, my mom's side of the family, like, they did all their family business at Waffle House, basically. It was like, it's like a hillbilly mafia thing going down. And see, all the adhesive is gone now. Well, weed is becoming more and more legal in the United States. So, like, more and more places are allowing you to buy weed legally. So yeah, more and more stuff is getting sold. More accessories are getting sold. So Huddle House, if I remember right, the owners of Waffle House got a divorce, and one of them was able to take the whole house concept and make Huddle House as their thing. Don't quote me on that, Yvonne, but maybe worth some Googling, because what I was told was that basically it was a divorce. Okay, let's see how this thing's doing now. Uh-oh. Oh, that box did some damage to the edge. Hold on, hold on. It's not even the knife's fault. This box just tears blades up. Okay, so this is where we're normally at after the first hour on CR series steel. This is the Jin Captain kit knife, and it's a knife kit. You buy it, and it's got all the pieces that you put together, and you build yourself your own knife. And they sent this to me for review, so it is on Amazon, and I have a custom discount code. You know, the cardboard's not a bad idea. If you throw some diamond paste on there, you might get some stellar results. Crap, now I gotta try that. Son of a dick. But yeah, we've been going for an hour, just shy of 2 hours of cutting up cardboard on this edge. And it's still going really, really strong. And the ergos have been good. Everything else. I'm not sure whether or not I could beat you on cardboard boxes. I'm not going to have too many for long, but I have too many right now. I have been to Hooters a grand total of once. I did not enjoy it. Like, I wasn't necessarily there to write the cardboard knows what it did. Like, I wasn't there to stare at the waitresses or be all creepy or weird or anything. But the girl walked up to take her orders, and you could tell they were forcing her to act really, really dumb. And that was just so fucking uncomfortable. I mean, the food at that particular Hooters wasn't very good. I can't speak for the veracity of other locations. You know, we were at Hooters, and all the guys that I worked with that were there were all excited about it, and I was like, motherfucker, this could have been Waffle House this whole time. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, no, I remember that Toyota thing. Yeah, it keeps stopping my live stream, and I have to restart it. I don't know what the deal is tonight. I haven't restarted my phone in a couple days. That might be it. Almost got a face reveal. I mean, it's not hard to find my face on YouTube. It's not. It exists. It's just this. Right? Look, we stopped talking about OnlyFans, YouTube. Fuck you. Now, see, I could do this on OnlyFans and just tell people I'm naked. They'd have to take my word for it. Hell, I could tell you I'm naked right now. You'd have to take my word for it. That's a weird thing to find out. What is your son's channel all about? Because, I mean, depending on your son's age, he could just be listing off all the swear words he knows. Little kid's like, here's all 3 of the swear words I know. I'm gonna learn 2 more for tomorrow, you guys. I'll be back. Okay, guys, we're gonna try 2 kinds of Kool-Aid today. Which actually, the drink of the day today is this shit right here. This stuff can cure cancer. I guarantee it. Thick knives save lives. Yeah, that's and well, the only brands that can do that right now are PMP and Midgard's Messer. I like how the cut's setting off the lights sometimes. All right, time for the alien. Yeah, the alien seems to be a fan favorite. I've got to get more batteries for the other 4. Got to get more batteries for the other 4. Yeah, I mean, we could ruin it. We could ruin it. Twilight, but for knives. This knife is a 1600-year-old pedophile that's currently into a 16-year-old girl. Jin knives, don't watch that part. Blades and talking about my divorce. That'll do it. I've bought some. I bought at least one knife from Knife Center. This is about what you'd expect: standard shipping, standard everything. Yeah, I have. I forget what I bought, but there was something that only Knife Center had. It might have been the Manus Gearhead. It was like buying through Blade HQ or anywhere else. Like, you know, it got shipped. It got here fast enough. No problems. Oh, I just thought about that a little too much. Blades and talking about my divorce would be very suspenseful because you don't know which direction the knife's going at any time. Oh my God, that's messed up, guys. Yeah, I used to watch the whole new knives of the week thing pretty religiously. And then at some point I'm like, this is the same thing over and over again as every other time. Like, how many more times do I want to see just knives getting rattled off? We're cutting this one in half. I'm not lying when I say this cardboard's pretty damn hardcore. Hardcore cardboard. Like, the only reason I buy most of my stuff off Amazon is just because, you know, I've got Prime, so it's free shipping and I don't have to wait around for, like, you know, the last couple times I've ordered from online stuff, it's taken about 5 days to get here, which isn't bad at all, but I have gotten so used to Prime delivery. Yeah, like, that's the thing about the UK is like, I've seen guys from the UK with channels and everything they show is like slip joints and stuff that you can't really, like, you can't really do that with it one-handed or lock it or do anything else. And there's no new Blade Rattler lock rock. It's about to be 7 o'clock p.m. here. Yeah, you did mention the old ballast arm before. But yeah, I know the UK knife laws are pretty ridiculous. Australia's knife laws are real ridiculous. I'm fortunate to live in the part of the country where like the only knife law really is it's got to be under 12 inches. Like that's it. Yeah, it's like, I think Australian knife laws and UK knife laws are really similar. Like, it can't lock, you can't open it one-handed, it can't be over like a couple inches. Yeah, like it's nuts. And there are states in the country that have pretty strict knife laws. California's real bad about that. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't bring knives into, like, I've taken knives into the hospital, no problem. Just happened to have a mommy when we went, but you can't take them into schools. You can't take them into state-owned buildings. Yeah, that was the other thing that that was also mentioned about Australia, is if you are carrying a knife, you have to be able to provide a good reason to be carrying it. You know, and it's not like, if me pulling a knife and waving it around being like 6'4" and 200 some odd pounds doesn't scare somebody off, I'm in over my head. I haven't been trained how to knife fight really. Like, I've been shown a couple of cool tricks that can do a ton of damage, but you know, no proper training, and I haven't been in an actual fist fight since like middle school, so you know, way over my head at that point. Like, I know for the longest time, the knife laws here, I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. But I know the knife laws here in my state used to be like 3-inch limit, basically. Yeah, I think 12 inches is a limit for concealed carry. I think open carry, you can do pretty much anything. You're going to get asked some questions, but you can do anything. Yeah, it's, the knife laws are really relaxed around here, but this is also a part of the country where, you know, especially if you're not in the worst parts of town, you really don't want to start trying to rob people because you're probably going to get shot. Yeah, New York is real strict on the knives too, which, yeah, it's kind of, again, like when you get into big cities, especially cities where they don't have guns, then the knife laws start getting real strict, because you take away the guns, they get replaced with knives. You take away the knives, you get replaced with like hammers and wrenches and shit. I mean, that's the thing. You know, If I'm dealing with strict knife laws where I can't carry a knife, yeah, I know the Bally's are real fucking illegal there. But like, if I can't carry a knife, I'll just carry a ball peen hammer. That's easier to fight with anyways. All right, so we just went through some of the hardest cardboard that I have to offer right now. The edge is still holding on really strong. Yeah, it's definitely not what it was out of the box, but it's still cutting. Oh no! Look, you get out into the boonies out here in my state. You know, and guys have got guns that they carry somewhere on their body. They might have a backup piece on their ankle. There's definitely at least one gun in their truck. Like, and you go into their house, you're dealing with at least 2 more guns minimum. Like, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 working guns in my house right now, and they're basically my get out of trouble kit. You know, there's a 12 gauge, there's a 22 rifle. Actually, there should be a second working 22 rifle in there. That'll make 5. I've got a 1911 chambered in 22, a 1911 chambered in 45, and my 12 gauge. Fook, what's up? So basically, like, you got a 45, you got a 22, and you got your 12 gauge. Like, you can get out of pretty much anything as long as you know how to use them and you don't get got by surprise. Oh, we got some hardcore cardboard here. Hardcore cardboard. Oh, this stuff is tough. So our next victim, Bisquick. Take that, General Mills. You know what? You're not even an admiral yet. It's been years. Yeah, like, I don't carry guns, not because I have anything against it, but because I know I'm not trained. Like, it's holding up great. We're now kind of starting to see the kind of edge where we get after the first hour with our CR series steels. So it's not bad. 15 guns for a gun guy that buys them is a small collection. You know, like, mine is a very small collection. You know, like I said, it's just your basic get out of trouble kit. You know, if I gotta, like, bug out and abandon the house or something like that, I know I'm well enough covered on my firearms to present a threat to anybody that wants to mess with me and handle most situations. You know, and I can give the 22 pistol to the wife and let her handle that one. There's no recoil to it. It's easy to use. Yeah, no, I mean, I've heard the quote, you know, you don't invade America because there's a gun behind every blade of grass. I'm not sure about the veracity of that part. That being said, it would definitely be a miserable slog for anyone trying, just because you don't just have to deal with the military, but going into areas trying to take over, you know, land. So many people are so heavily armed that, like, you know, you're basically dealing with you know, you're dealing with an armed populace on top of the military. But logistically, you know, trying to get that many resources across an ocean to get to America is damn near impossible without getting just murked by one of our very expensive ships. Oh, you're talking about Rambo zombie knives? I'll be right back. I went the wrong way, guys. Talking about some damn Rambo knives. I've got a Rambo First Blood 2 knife autographed by Sylvester Stallone. I got this. Yeah, bingo. Like, if I ever see Sylvester Stallone signing stuff anywhere, I almost want to hand it to him. Can you sign this again, please? You talk about creating a rarity there. Jake, work with me here. I'm kind of just spitballing ideas here, so just kind of bear with me a little back and forth, but go suck a herpes dick. Yeah, I'm not doing that fucking $400 knife. There's no way in hell I can replace that the wife gave me. Yes. Yeah, that is nearly exactly what I just said. It was also a gift from the wife. So, no. Not the spruik. We've been going for an ass hair over 2 hours. How you doing, Palmer? So we've been pushing this thing. We've done regular cardboard. Right now we've got into like really hardcore stuff. Like this shit's tough to cut. Like this thing's got a great cutting profile. This cardboard's no joke. Like this is why I grabbed it from work, but I have regrets. I haven't drank anything through my nose, but I can do that party trick. You know how the blockhead at the carnival can put nails straight into the back of their head through their nose? Like I can do that. How did I learn that I could do that? A buddy of mine did it, and I looked at him. I'm like, well, I can probably do that too. And here we are. Yeah, I can actually do that with both nostrils too. However, the left one doesn't really react to it as comfortably as the right one does. At one point, though, I managed to put a necklace through my right nostril and pull it out of my mouth and clip it together. It was worth saying I did it, but not enjoyable. I haven't had it work a second time. But I think the first time it took the better part of like 30 or 40 minutes to get it worked all the way through. It was not comfortable. Wow, the knife is not putting wear and tear on my hand so much as the cardboard is. Like, This is still comfortable. I'm just getting the numb spot. Every time I do this, there's a numb spot right here that just stays numb for about a day. And am I almost at 1K? I know I was like 909 last time I looked. Like, what am I at now? Of course, I'm obligated to do the... Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, I thought you meant almost like 978 or something like that. I was about to be like, what the fuck? Well, whatever I did, I need to do that a second time. Ah, Dukes. My setup is so janky here. I'll stream maybe once a week, something like that. And you know, it depends on when I have the free time and the energy. Like right now, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. If I tried to do this tomorrow afternoon, I'd have to wake up at 2 a.m. to go to work. And that, no bueno. Like next week, I've got a window where I basically got to stay up for around 24 hours. You know, I get up at 2 a.m. so I can go in and open the store. And then the next day, I've got to go in at like 3 p.m. So I have to go to bed at around 2 a.m. So like that'll be a good time for a live stream as long as physically I'm capable of taking it. Whew. This cardboard is no joke, people. Like it's taken about 3 times as much effort to cut through this as it does the normal stuff, and it's about twice as tough as that Cheerios box was. Wow. Like, is this actively wrecking the edge as we do it? Yeah, because I pointed out he wasn't an admiral yet. Is definitely showing some more wear. Yeah, I started this around 5. Yeah, I love the fact that it's only a few people. However, if the channel gets too big that it turns into one of those your comments on the screen for an 1/18 of a second, I don't know what I'm going to do. You know, those streams are valuable to a channel when they have that big of an audience, but there has to be a way to do this where you don't, like, you can control the audience size. You know, and I don't know if that's go through Patreon or what, but you know, like I know Metal Complex, everybody's there just for the giveaways. The Kaiser live streams, you know, everyone's there for the giveaways. They had a folder that I wanted to win on the last one, which is the first one I dropped in on. I mean, even when streams get up over like 100 people, yeah, the Holdra, I wanted that thing. Oh man. Again, it's not hard to find my face. It's not. Trust me on this. There is a whole channel I abandoned floating around out there. The recording quality's garbage. The shot placement's garbage. Everything about it's trash. but it does exist, and there's a video on it with like 30,000 plus views. Yeah, so once you get over, I think around 30 or 40 people, things start picking up in the chat a little bit too much. And you know, just 100 people is enough to make the chat impossible to keep up with. Oh, nice. I was never around people I could learn skateboard tricks from, so I'd take those banana boards, you know, standard skate park size boards, and just bomb really big hills with them and try not to get speed wobbles. And try not to get hit by cars. Aren't speed wobbles the best? I learned how to ollie standing still, but I could never manage it while I was moving. Just the movement to cause the movement needed to do the ollie would stop me in my tracks. Like I could not keep rolling through it. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong. Outside of maybe not building up enough speed and getting comfortable enough. Like, I was the only person that I knew that rode a skateboard, and so nobody was around to show me all these tricks or even like introduce me to the fact that they existed or how to do them. Like, I had nothing to go on there. Yeah, he's my favorite. So I took a pretty bad fall at work and broke my wrist about 1.5 years ago. I have learned that I am too old and fat to be falling down. I'll leave that to people that are still made out of cartilage and magic. Oh my God. Like, I'm old enough that I had the quad skates when they were still cool. You know, and of course, I didn't really know any tricks, so I bombed big hills with them. It was all fine and dandy till I got the speed wobbles one day. And the kind of speed I was going, when I hit the ground, I skidded a long fucking way. Yeah, I'm probably right around 228, 230, 235, somewhere myself. I haven't checked in a while. Now, that being said, I've apparently been shedding a lot of weight at work because I'm power walking like 5 to 7 miles a day. Like, I am walking fast. Cardio ain't gotten no better, but I'm walking really fast. That's where you're wrong, sir. That first bounce was the one that broke my wrist, and it hurt. My favorite car, gee, that is a tough one. There are some cars I've always wanted. Like, I've always wanted a Datsun 280Z. My favorite car I've ever owned, you'll have to Google this one up to see what I'm talking about. But it's a 1969 Dodge A110 Sportsman window van. If you ever seen a Volkswagen microbus, it's like a microbus's daddy. Like, you could probably fit a microbus inside the van that I had. and the engine was between the seats, not in the front or the back. Like, I like the modern muscle cars for what they are. I do, and I'd love to play with one. Oh, yes. No, the fucking hearse. Oh my God. I cannot tell you how long I have wanted a hearse like that. One of the old ones that looks really weird. And I want a hardwood casket to put in the back with a couple of 15s or like a 12 and a couple of 10s. And I want a supercharger sticking out of the hood. Like, I want a supercharger sticking out of the hood of a hearse. A Firebird, that's another one, like a mid-80s Firebird. I'd fucking love it. One of my favorite cars. Actually, a buddy of mine got a Ford Pinto wagon back around 2000 or so. And but yeah, it was the Pinto wagon had one of those old auga horns in it. Like, it was so much fun. Yeah, at one point I found a Firebird sitting in a lot. It had a mechanics lien on it for $500, and I couldn't put the money together. It didn't really have a paying job or anything, and no way to round the money up. And by the time I went back for it, it was long gone. That being said, it was a V6, but that would have been fun. I don't know if any of y'all has experienced a Ford Aerostar minivan, but the Aerostar, it's a bit slow and it's a bit ugly, but it is the most comfortable thing I've ever fucking sat in. Like, I could drive that thing for 12 hours straight and not have a problem with it. I want another one so damn bad. Especially with the amount of room in the back. Like, you put a 12 in there in a really big bank vault of a speaker box, and you set it up where it's not taking up all your cargo space. Dear God. I can't tell you how much I want to do that. Now, the Aerostar is such a... You can't find examples that are still in good shape. They are all clapped the fuck out from being used as work vans or being used as kid haulers that weren't maintained at all. I haven't seen them one in good shape in fucking years. I tell you, with the British cars, it's going to be a bit of a weird call, but I wouldn't mind fucking around with a Morris Minor. Just because those little things are kind of interesting. Like, of course, I want like a classic Mini. Like, I want one of the original Minis, like everybody does. But oh God, the Power Wagon, Jesus H Zombies, yes. Yeah, I want a truck where the check engine light actually stays off. That'd be nice. It's going to be a huge problem in a few months here when it's time to do emissions. But yeah, if you've ever seen the like the late 60s Dodge cab forward pickup truck, I cannot tell you how much I want one of those. Like, I have a truck that I really wanted, 03 Dodge Ram 4-door. Like, when those things first got dropped, 4-door pickup trucks, especially Dodge, I really wanted one of those right out of the gate, but mine is a bit of a clapped out shit box, and I can't keep the check engine light off. And I live in a state that requires emissions. I'm about to go through some bullshit. It's throwing an evap code. I've replaced the gas cap and I've replaced the evap canister, and it's still staying on. I might get somebody that knows more than I do to help replace like the hose from the fuel filler neck, and hopefully that gets it. Oh yeah. Well, the only reason I have this truck is the wife's car got totaled, and she got $6 grand out of that, or $7 grand. And we found the truck, and it was on a really sketchy car lot. I mean, real sketchy. But the truck had the worst mounting and balancing on the tires in the history of both mounting and balancing. So up over 55 miles an hour, the truck was shaking so much that a brand new can of Monster went flat in about 2 minutes. However, I knew what they felt like when they were running good. So we bought the truck and I put new tires on it, and it was just fine. It's just the check engine light won't fucking go out. Little electrical problems are showing up. I've had to replace the rail for the taillights on one side because the clips were no longer holding the bulb still. So the bulb, yes, Ford still makes the Fiesta. But one of the bulbs rattled a little bit loose, and all of a sudden all you hear is ding, 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 ding the whole time you're driving because it thinks the bulb's out. It's like, you'd only have to do that once, motherfucker. I know. You have made me fully aware the first 1,000 times you went off. You don't need to keep doing it. Okay, no more blade play, no more lock rock. I don't think Ford's going to go all electric. They can't. Like, we don't have the infrastructure for it. That's the problem, is if everybody went all electric right now, nobody could keep their car charged, or their range would be limited to about 100 miles round trip. Because there are no stations to charge on. No, the other car I have is a 2006 Toyota RAV4 that's in really good shape. It's overall in really good shape, and I made sure the wife had the nicer car. You know, we could have gone and gotten another. We couldn't have gotten her a nicer car, like a nice car to drive for that $6,000, but we could get me that truck. So, you know, if anybody's going to have the nicer car in the house, it's going to be her. Sugar ethanol engines just aren't built for it. If I remember right, too much ethanol starts burning your pistons up and burning your cylinders out. Basically, you have to have a race engine to handle like the jacked up octane and everything. Yeah, my wife just kind of wants a nice car, like nice. Like, you know, the RAV4 is nice because it's still in good shape, but it's not actually like a nice car. Now, one thing she doesn't appreciate is I've got a 12 in the back and a speaker box that weighs about 200 pounds. It's not 200 pounds, I'm exaggerating, but it's a very, very heavy, very, very large speaker box. Jesus Christ, that thing hits. Like, you know, she'd be happy with like a BMW or a Mercedes or something along those lines, something a little bit classier than what we have now. You know, if money was no object, I'd probably have her in like a Bentley or something like that. And of course, if money was no object, we'd hire a driver. Yeah, we don't have a Skoda here. You will see the occasional Mercur. You will see Fiskers once in a while, or a Fisker once in a while. Yeah, we had talked about the radio and Fallout not that long ago. What was that with the other guy that played a lot of Fallout? From what I've been told and from what I've seen, like at least the cars in America don't respond well to too much ethanol. Like it does start damaging the engine. However, again, like if they were, set up differently or set up for ethanol, it'd be fine. It's just here in America, like you're looking at race cars that can handle ethanol, but not regular engines. That's why when you do find ethanol at pumps, it's like a certain percentage and it never goes any higher than that percentage. Jacob Pugh, what's up, brother? We're taking our anger out on Bisquick right now. Taking our anger out. Yeah, unless what's the car got to be? 27 years old or 25 years old to import without that BS? I'm not making anything. We're just testing the edge retention on this knife. We're seeing how long it can go through cardboard before the edge is just totally worn out. We're 2.5 hours in now, and it's still going. Okay, yeah, corn ethanol is definitely going to be the thing here. But yeah, that is corn ethanol. So sugar ethanol may be different, and I don't know nothing about it. Yeah, like this is what the live streams are, is we test edge retention with cardboard and then we hang out and talk in the chat. Like half the reason I'm doing this is to talk to you guys. All right, man, go catch some deer. Oh, Z's. It sounded more exotic when it was deer. I can't add the extra R to an umlaut to make it sound right. Oh, no. Skylines are super hot to import now. Like, they're off the chain. Like, I love... Yeah, man, go get some sleep. But I'd love to have one of the little K trucks that are being imported right now, but they're getting banned in a bunch of states, like outright banned, because there's no safety in them. Like, you're basically driving an aluminum can. Nothing reinforced, nothing like that. So you get hit by an American car, you are going to have to be surgically removed from that K truck. Yeah, have a good night. Somebody wants... I need to figure out how to tie that to this. I mean, Shrek is one of the most hallowed creations of humankind. Oh, shit. Guys, I don't want to cut up another Bisquick box right now. Bro, they won't even buy me a Cold Steel Mayhem. Like, I had to spend a few hours trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for a haircut tomorrow. I wish I was joking about that. Yeah. Does Walmart still sell Shacks? All the farts are wet ones. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen Shacks at Walmart, but I also haven't bought shoes from Walmart. And I bought a pair of slip-ons at one point not too long ago, but before that, it was like 2013 or something. And I mean, the funny thing with Shacks too is he was trying to make shoes that, you know, you could afford, that wouldn't get you made fun of at school, basically. But like Shacks, they know you got them from Walmart. They know you got them. You know, you're still getting made fun of. Thank God. Thank God my shoe size is 13. That is like the largest size most places have at any given time. I had a buddy of mine in middle school. The guy's an asshole. That's a different story. But I hung out with him in middle school. And at that point, his shoes were size 15. And so when his mom would go shoe shopping, it was a big deal. Because she'd leave the house and she'd be gone like the whole damn day trying to find some 15s. And I always tried to be at his house when she came back because it was going to be some clown shit. Like, it was going to be like some really butt fugly basketball shoes or something like that. It was always funny as hell. I have seen places that do have 14s, but a lot of places I go, like 13's the max. And even then, you know, your 13s, it can be a crapshoot. A lot of times they cap out at 12, but they'll have some 13s of some of the stuff there. I've had to walk away from so many pairs of shoes that I like just because, well, they taught that at 12. Fuck my life, I guess. What's he going to call them? Feedables? That was a good joke. I like that I did that. Mr. Beast Feedables. Yeah, like 13 is just enough to say, like, it's enough to say you got a big shoe size in case you get into that pissing contest with people, which happens. But you're just under the line to get shoes at most places. Did she break up with you because of the Jordans? I will say one thing I miss, like if you guys remember going to the mall in like the 90s, like you could find a lot of offbeat shoe stores that had really, really cool shit that no one ever heard of. And there were some pairs of those that I picked up that were a size too small, but it's like these are too cool to pass up on, and they're on clearance. All right. But there was a, I don't know if it was just the area I was in, but growing up broke as shit like we did, you know, you weren't necessarily going to be lucky enough to, you know, find name brand shit like Jordans and stuff like that. So the next best thing was just to find really cool stuff that was kind of unheard of and wear that instead. I didn't get to do that often either, but you know, most of my time spent adolescent and teen years was kind of just wearing whatever I could get my hands on, which was usually not cool and not popular. I have gotten some clearance 13s. So the eBay store with the shoes, how much money did it take you to really get that up and rolling right? Like that's like, cause like you look at it now, you got 500 listings, awesome, but you know, you never really get into what it took you to get there. Like I'd love to be able to go to the mall and buy stuff like we had back in the day. John Doe, what's up? What's up? What's up? We're letting Special K Red Berries know what they think about us, or know what we think about them. Words are hard right now. I am very, very tired. Fuck you, Red Berries. Fuck you, Red Berries. I think we are starting to get some significant edge wear, but we're also hitting the 3-hour mark, and we just went through some really fucking nasty cardboard. Like, this is still really tough cardboard, but it's nowhere near as tough as that last box we cut up. So we're working on the Jin Captain kit knife. This is the one that I've done the review videos on. This is the one they sent me to review. And so we're going in and testing the edge retention now. It carried really well all week. It functioned as a daily carry knife. Fantastic. Everything on it skookum is frig. The only thing I've seen is the pivot loosened up a little bit, and I'm not sure what I did to cause that. But the edge so far has been holding up pretty strong too. Like, it's definitely not as sharp as it was, but it definitely still feels sharp. All right, Fook. Just have at it with Shrek. We may still be here when Shrek's over. It's definitely a cool piece. So when you buy this off Amazon, you get a kit. A box that has all the parts in it and your T6 and T8 Torx drivers, and you put it together yourself. I've done the assembly video on this. I've done the review after carrying it. A couple other videos, I think. But this is like the tail end of my review process for it, is edge retention. And then we'll have an aftermath video with the sum total of all the experience on it. And that'll wrap this up. But, I mean, if you want one, they're on Amazon, and I got a discount code for it. But that's if you want to get one. I'm really hoping they watch the videos that me and Randy did and listen to us about doing different designs on the scales. Sir, I am 43 years old. I think a lot of us are on the older side. So if you back out and you look at the last video I did on this thing, in the link, there's the Amazon link, and there's the discount code 10KnivesIG. Now, that being said, this is not a paid review. They just sent me one for free to check out. Yeah, the last video I did on this, the description has the link and the code in it. Matter of fact, let me see if it'll let me share the link for this. Now I'm curious. All right. I'm not seeing that. Oh yeah, it is a link. So we're looking at ending the stream. Like the earliest is going to be 9 o'clock. The earliest is 9 o'clock. Yeah, break up when you're 13 is nothing, man. Um, when you get older, relationships are a completely different beast. Like, I certainly hope none of y'all ever have to go through what it takes to reach the point of getting a divorce. But if you know, you know. Especially if it's the point where you're the one that says, I want a divorce. Yeah. I mean, a breakup when you're like 13, 14, 15 hurts a lot because of your collected life experience. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt like a bitch. You know, but that changes a lot as you get older and you get into more serious relationships. I've been on both sides of it. But I've said it before. They made more than one woman. Like they made more than one of them. Oh wow, yeah, that's brutal. That being said, let's try not to get too dark with it, because I think between you and me, Punisher, we could probably take the whole room down with us in about 10 minutes. To be fair, I'm going to assume our man Jacob already knows all about Googling for pictures and videos. Thanks to the internet, I've seen more naked women than every single one of my ancestors combined. Oh, nice. Yeah, I will say, like, if we can get this edge worn out, I'm interested in seeing what the diamond paste on the strop can do for it. Like, it's done so much good for so many other knives, but I haven't gotten them super dull yet. Bro, remember when it was like $150 for a VHS tape? No, that's not a joke, dude. Like, if you wanted a VHS tape of adult material, and unless you like found a deal somewhere or something like that, like you were looking at spending like $150 for a tape. They got cheaper after a while, but whoo boy. I can't explain to you what adult material is. Yeah, just you're not old enough for that yet, but one day you'll know. You'll figure it out, and then you'll go back to this conversation and go, "Who the hell spent $150 for that?" And let me tell you right now, I managed to hurt my own damn feelings. I managed to hurt my own damn feelings. I was on Amazon looking at my wish list, and the mayhem is down to $135 right now. I need therapy. At the time it was worth it because your only other option was still pictures. Now, that being said, I never paid for those tapes. I always found ways to get them for pretty much free. But whoever bought those before me was probably very disappointed when they found out they were no longer there. The shame is still there. It is. Like, if you're not apologizing to your ancestors afterwards, it wasn't a good session. It's interesting. So I've got cuts where the edge feels like it's pretty ragged out, and then I got cuts like that where it feels like it's almost brand new. We got about 10 more minutes before we see how the edge is holding up on the copy paper again. Yeah, no, the adhesive is gone. That's what I was saying. You cut dry cardboard with no tape on it for a while, no more adhesive. Which I was hoping to see that before we started doing the cut test, because that adhesive will hang up on that paper while you're cutting it. No sweat. Which, hang on. Give me a second, guys. Okay, yeah, YouTube just hates me. I don't know what the deal is with it. YouTube just... Stop it. We have done 4.5-hour live streams that haven't had this problem. For the love of shit. Yeah, right? No, we didn't say anything about OnlyFans. Yeah, we're all still here. I think that's the third or fourth time that's happened now. Yes, a TIE fighter's hanging from my ceiling. I've also got a Spider-Man that I glued a skull in place where his head used to be and put magnets in the bottom of his feet. So, let's see. Yeah, so there's Spider-Man right there hanging from my ceiling upside down. And I've got another Spider-Man that I glued magnets into the bottom of, and he is also standing upside down on the ceiling. And that TIE fighter is snowflakes. A friend of mine, when he got his 3D printer, he printed Christmas TIE fighters and gave them out kind of like Christmas cards. Yeah, we try to be pretty mellow here, man. Like, there's no point in being a dick about anything. And honestly, if you start being an asshole, you get banned. We did have one guy, like Arabic. I don't know what country he was from, but he just pops in and goes, "Reporting you for knife," and then vanishes. That was great. I wonder what that guy's doing with his life now. Like, did he find another knife to report and then just forgot about me entirely? I'm gonna tell you right now, like 3 hours of doing this really, really wears on your hand and your shoulder. Oh, there's no skill involved in this, sir. Just persistence and spite. Please show Bob's and Vagine. I haven't seen that meme pop up in years. All right, so we should be seeing some pretty noticeable edge wear by now. It still seems to be holding up a little bit better than the CR steels. Yeah, I mean, the cut's getting a little bit loud, but this is kind of what 2 hours on the 8CR looked like. Yeah, I mean, that edge is still going pretty strong. No. So we're trying to shave. We're not shaving, we're just flaking a bunch of dead skin off. I thought it might be shaving. Dear God, look at the difference in the color between the dead skin being knocked off and hey guys, I need to use lotion. Like I need to start using lotion. Like, I fucking hate the way it feels and I don't want to touch anything after I use it, but Jesus Christ, look at that. That is that's bad. We're gonna go with Burt's Bees when I go upstairs. The good stuff. And that's the thing, like, My hands used to stay in fantastic condition, but I also kind of learned when you're doing manual labor, you want some pigskin gloves or some deer skin, just something like that, and wear those. It like keeps your hands in phenomenal shape. But I can't wear gloves at work, and I'm handling cardboard and stuff all the time, and it just dries your hands all the way out, like so bad. Like I used to keep my hands so pristine, and it's just because like I have not been involved with a woman yet that does not appreciate your hands being taken care of and kept very clean. Jacob, if you're listening, keep your hands very, very clean and very well maintained. Have not found a woman yet that does not appreciate that. But now they're starting to look like rotten apples. Like working in a Publix, I can tell you right now, walking into Kroger, walking into Walmart, walking into Aldi, it's like walking into a fucking alternate universe. It's the weirdest damn thing, man. Yeah, just let's put it this way. As somebody with a low body count and a lifetime of 0 Riz, if I tell you something works, it fucking works. If it worked for me, it could damn sure work for you. I haven't had a job yet where I liked all the people I worked with. That being said, you know, probably the place I'm at now is kind of the best place. It's just dealing with some very difficult people there that I really wish either weren't difficult or would move on to their next station. It's not dissing myself, it's being self-aware. Like, no, my body count is still, I think my body count's at like 6. Like, it's really, really low. Like, I understand completely. Like, I had no idea how to seal the deal on that shit. You know, I think now at this point in my life, I had the confidence to pull something like that off. However, I'm married and have absolutely no need for it. You know, like the confidence is there, the swagger is there, and it is, it's totally useless. You know, you only need one woman if it's the right woman, and you know, I have no plans to go anywhere. I cannot tell you how much I hate fucking adultery and cheating. Like, oh my god. Oh, I've told you guys before, like, I've had management that I've gotten so fucking hostile with and went to absolute war with that, you know, they made sure they had somebody that was carrying a gun in the room with us when they laid me off. Like, they were apparently that fucking scared of me. No, I did not cheat. However, my ex-wife definitely liked cheating quite a bit. You know, even if I wanted to cheat on somebody, it would take me about 4 to 5 years to find another interested party. Like, I fucking hate cheating. There's like not a chance in hell I'm going to take part in anything like that. But, you know, even if I wanted to, it would take a long damn time to pull off. Now, something else, Jacob, that you need to learn early if you're with a girl and you're not cheating on her, but suddenly she starts accusing you of cheating on her and will not back down off of that shit, she's cheating on you. Like, she starts accusing you of cheating for no reason, pack your shit up and go. Knock off, you're not going unnoticed. We just have a lot of chat happening at once. I'm going to give my hand a break for a minute here. I said, this right here, this gets really, really tore up by the end of the night. Craftsman. Trying to remember how much was the Craftsman? That's an interesting question. I'm trying to remember whether or not I looked at one of those for the Super Budget Showdown. Yeah, you'll have a job eventually, man. It's going to be rough learning how to operate in that world, but you can do it. Like, I'm going to be honest. Your first job or two, you're probably going to have a terrible time with it because you go in and a lot of guys that are under 18 especially are treating it like it's just to hang out and socialize like you're at school or something. No. No, and if you don't unlearn that pretty fast and start learning how to do your job competently, you're going to fucking hate life so much. Because, you know, for the most part, I am as laid back at work as I am here. Oh, yeah, it's Craftsman. They're gonna throw their branding on something. A knife, definitely. But you know, like, what the hell was I saying? Oh well, my mind went totally blank on that. Oh, yeah. At work, you know, I'm as laid back at work as I am here. But, you know, I'm a team lead. I'm responsible for running the floor. And, you know, I get guys to come in and they're either socializing or they're working incredibly slowly or something like that. And then I got to start getting to be kind of a dickhead. And I don't like it. But, you know, it's either push these guys to actually do what they need to. And, like, I'll invest in people. Like, Fitness Fanatic, what's up? You know, like, I'll make an investment in people. You know, I got like a young guy that's, you know, not catching it. You know, I will spend one-on-one time with them. I'll work with them, and either, you know, if they start to get it and start turning things around, then I will put in very kind words for them with, you know, my management. Yeah, if they're not getting it, it's like, yeah, bro, cut his hours. You know, we can't have him here. And sometimes it works. Like, sometimes I'll invest in these guys and they turn around and they turn into great employees. You know, I got a few guys doing that right now. You know, they started off terrible and they're turning things around and becoming really good employees and really good coworkers. And I've had some guys that, nope, he's cut his hours. I don't ever want to see him on one of my crews again. Like, if you can give him 4 hours a week, give him 4 hours a week. think the oldest thing I have is from like 1965. I think. I have some stuff that might be older, but I have no provenance on it and don't know what it is or where it's from, really. Okay, so we're taking our anger out on Good Thins, made with rice. But this is more normal cardboard, so it's not hurting me as much. That's something else that I'd like to do if I just had money to throw around right now, is get like an old knife from like the early 1900s and go ahead and sharpen it and run that through Cardboard Slayer. You know, just find a rough example that still opens and closes and just put a good edge on it and go to town. Brother, I do not do group chat. I have been added to like 3 of them and muted them immediately. Because my time when I'm not like doing something like this or I'm not at work is my time. I don't have any desire to keep constantly getting spammed with pings and messages while I'm trying to chill. Yeah, I know they don't have locks from back then. However, this, I'm not pushing it somewhere where it's going to be dangerous. You know, I'm not putting pressure on the back of the blade. I'm not doing anything that would cause it to fold up on my finger. So we could run that. You know, that is just for the purpose of seeing how the steel holds up. Like, you know, how good is the heat treatment from back then? You know, because like we're going to have no idea what the carbon content is. Anything like that. Yeah, like, that's the thing, like, you know, when I was doing the blacksmithing thing and, you know, we had a bunch of guys, YouTube channels all, you know, kind of pull together. They kept starting different group chats. And if I had my notifications on, like, it'd be quiet for half a day, most of a day. And then like at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, ping, 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 nonstop. Yeah, that's a question. Like, Jacob, are you like into pocket knives, or did you just stumble across this at random going through your YouTube shorts? That is an interesting question. Like, how did you wind up here? Yeah, we should be doing a stream at some point next week. But I've got a day where I got to stay awake for around 24 hours. Okay, cool. So that's how you wound up here. Gotcha. I was just curious because like I've been scrolling through shorts, just kind of doom scrolling, and I've run across other people's lives. Like, they weren't doing anything I was interested in, but you know, and like our concurrent count will kind of bounce around. There'll be like 2 people in here chatting and there'll be like 11 viewers. And I'm wondering how many people just kind of rolled in, looked at the cardboard being cut and didn't see anything else happening. And they're just like, yeah, fuck this, I'm out. Like, he was here at the start. I don't remember if he let us know that he was taking off or he just took off. Yeah, like, Max saw it somewhere. What did he say? Did he say it was like 11 or something like that when he started asking about buying knives? Yeah, now I do have a bunch of wrenches that are from the 1880s to the 1920s in that window. I love using those around the house. Unfortunately, I left one of them. It's like I've gone through and I've taken the wire brush and cleaned all the rust off and then taken them to the buffing wheel and gotten them shiny again. One of them, I've turned the finish off of the handle and put a new finish on it. Stuff like that. And I have one, it came out better than most of them. Really, that's what it was. But like I had it really shiny and really pretty and everything. It still had some nickel plating on it. And I left it under my bathroom sink, and I didn't realize the repair that I made didn't quite get the leak stopped. So it had a rag on top of it that got wet and stayed wet. And that thing is kind of ruined right now. Like I need so much work to put back into it to get it clean again. And let's see, do I have one over here that I actually fixed up? Yeah. Yeah, the wrench is like this. Like this is an old Stilson, and I can't remember when this was made exactly, but I think it was before 1900. And yeah, like I've got a bunch of Stilson wrenches, some Billings bicycle wrenches, stuff like that. I do like cleaning these up and getting them, like, because this was just a big old chunk of rust when I got it. Like I left all the scratches and dings on it. One, because I like the history, and two, I like to keep the scratches and dings. I like the history, and two, I don't know how to remove them without ruining the whole thing. So it's not like I'm going to do like a full 100% restoration. Oh yeah, you're not free and doing whatever you want. Like you get a good few years of that, like from around 18 to around 25, maybe 27. You get that kind of freedom, or at least as close as you're ever going to get. Which, if you know how to handle your life and you know how to do things responsibly, it's great. But if you're like me and you can't handle shit responsibly, you can destroy your life in no time flat. You know, if you got a good family that taught you well and taught you how to handle things well and how to be responsible with both, you know, your finances and your, you know, your relationships, and responsible with things like alcohol and things like that, you know, you can have a great time out of it. You know, like I was definitely completely fucking out of control. And it was wild. Like, there's a lot of good stories from there, but oh boy, it wasn't good for me. Oh no, this is not a CRKT. This is a Jin, Jin. I dropped a link for it in the chat a little while ago. I said this is the first thing anybody has sent me to review, so we're giving her what for here. It's like a lot of this stuff is like too good for the price almost, like the build quality and everything else, or materials quality. I built it, so you know, of course I support the build quality, but yeah, we're just trying to find out what the edge retention is now. I can see a little bit of CRKT in it. Like it's a little bit of a generic look, if I'll be honest. Like, this is kind of just generic knife shaped. Like I said, I really hope they come out with more designs on the scales. Like, that would be amazing. Like, I'm not sure why this was the first thing they did. I'm not sure why this is just the first thing they went with. Seems a bit odd. Um, but yeah, like that's the thing. I'm glad they didn't go with desert tan or black or olive drab or something like that. Like it does a good job standing out. I'm just not sure why this was their first choice. The flipper tab's not a hot spot. The only hot spot I got is the same one I get from everything. The gap right here in the back. This right here, you can actually see the line where it's pressing into the gap back here, and that's starting to hurt, but no real hot spots. But like every knife I've done so far, that gap right there has bit me right here. It's just this is way less painful than the fucking piece of shit Smith and Wesson was. So like the ergos are good. You know, the ergos are good. The only reason that I'm experiencing pain is we are doing something with this it was never intended to do. But I do remember in some of the knife making groups that I'm in, you know, guys would talk about, you know, you do stuff like this with your handle design. You do stuff like this. You also get your hands covered in ketchup or barbecue sauce or whatever, and then try to do work with it. Yeah, man. Have a good night. Enjoy charging your phone. We may be here later than 9 o'clock. I'm not sure how far I can push myself physically, but we're gonna try. Um, I think I remember watching a restoration at one point. I'm not 100% sure. So I kind of haven't been keeping up with a whole lot of stuff. Between my work schedule being an absolute nightmare and just finding it hard to sit still through videos, like I haven't been keeping up with a lot of the knife corner that I have on this channel, or a lot of the knife subscriptions that I have. Like I've just been kind of zoning out. Like my work schedule, you know, like I said, I got to wake up at 2 a.m. to open. I've got to wake up between noon and 2 p.m. to close, depending on my start time. I've been swinging back and forth between closing and opening, like just back and forth for the last several weeks now. So, like, in a very functional sense, I am quite brain dead. Yeah, like right now, I'm trying my best to be patient and be rational about waiting my way through June. That's when management and upper management and upper management all get together and start talking about who they're going to promote and where they're going to go. So I am a contender. I have been a contender for a long time. I may be the most qualified contender at this point, and I'm at one of the hardest stores to work. And all that should be going in my favor. I'm worried that my manager is going to say, yeah, he needs another 6 months or something like that and try to torpedo it. But my store manager loves me. Everybody else in the building, I get along with great. You know, I don't have anybody else that's really a roadblock for that. So I just kind of got to wait and see what happens. But if nothing happens by like June or July, or I don't hear anything after June, then it's gonna be time for me to transfer and move somewhere else and start learning new stuff from new people. That's the thing. If you're trying to grow as a person or grow professionally, you need to be learning new stuff from new people constantly. So this isn't one of those jobs where they keep you in one spot if you're too valuable, because they'd rather have you up farther in the ranks. They need people that are committed and, people that are career people. They're not looking for, a guy that can be stuck being a team lead forever. They don't want to keep you there. They want to basically move you up and also get you out of the way for the next crowd that they got to train for the next management. That's I've been in jobs where I was too valuable to move. That cost me, it was like, working outside, getting the shit kicked out of me by the weather, and all of a sudden being inside working on a computer and getting used to that job and getting comfortable there. And they're like, yeah, well, it's spring now and we can't afford to lose you over here, so you're not getting that new position and a raise. Sorry. Which I don't know whether or not that would have worked out for the best for me, because at that point I was kind of an insufferable asshole. Like, I know I was, looking back on it. So I'm not sure how well that job would have gone long term. Wow, we're down to 2 viewers. I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. That promotion would come with a little bit extra pay, like another $1 or so an hour, just off of that. But that's also adding up 5 hours of overtime that we're not allowed to get now. Like, I am allowed to get exactly 0 minutes of overtime, even though they have enough work for me to keep me busy for hours after I clock out. Like, they really should be cutting team leads overtime, but that extra 5 hours of overtime right there alone could start getting us caught up on our bills, and living under way less stress. So if I don't get that after being a contender for this damn long and putting this much work into it, I am not staying around the same people. I'm not. I may move clean out of the district if I have to. Yeah, 1K will come soon enough. Like, I've got a pretty consistent thing going where, I can pick up 3, 4, 5 subscribers a day. So hopefully, I figure sometime within the next month here, 1K will happen. Well, like, I would already move on right now. However, I believe my store manager's input matters a lot more than my department manager's input as far as, whether or not I'm fit to be promoted. And that should have me where I want to go. That should. I said, if it doesn't, it's definitely time to move on. It's just like the last few weeks have been so stressful that incredibly strong medication is still not keeping me asleep at night. So, like, I've been absolutely just racked out. It'll work out sooner or later, it's not if, it's just when. For a while there, that was the only thing I was focused on, because nothing was happening, and I was like really, really just focusing on that. And I made myself miserable for a while. Okay, that's another box dead. This looks like some sane cardboard. Dude, you just gotta practice. Like, it's really hard to describe how to become confident. You know, a lot of that is letting inhibitions go. Like, you know, personally, one thing I had to do was I had to put myself around women that I had absolutely no chance of hooking up with and knew it, and learn how to be friends. You know, I don't know how many boxes we're through now. All I know is I got a big ass box of scraps. But, you know, learn how to be their friend without trying to hook up with them and without secretly thinking we're going to hook up at some point here. I got to figure out how. That made a huge difference in itself. You know, and a lot of it for me was just personal growth. You know, it's kind of one of those things where the process is different for everyone that goes through it. You know, everybody arrives at that in a different way. But honestly, if you can't relax and be yourself, and I mean totally be yourself around her, she ain't your girl, man. She just borrowed. That's the thing. If you got to change your behavior or change fundamental parts of who you are just so she'll be with you, she ain't yours, dog. She just borrowed. You know, and you may stick around and keep the relationship going just because you like being around her or something like that, or, you know, you want the benefits. But you need to know, like, if you can't be yourself, yeah, you it isn't what bad for me. You'll have to provide some clarity on that question. Isn't what bad for you? Oh, it's not the best thing in the world for you, but I was smoking 2 packs a day before I started vaping, and I feel a lot better now than I did then. If you're not a smoker trying to quit, there ain't nothing here for you, brother. You know, all I can say with any confidence is it's nowhere near as bad for me as smoking was, by a lot. Knock off, what's up? Okay, so it's not just me. Maybe it's just YouTube is struggling today. YouTube, if you're watching this, get your shit together, guys. Yeah, I mean, so for me, I make my own juice. I've got pre-made coils that I know work well enough. I can also build my own coils if I need to. Like, um, you know, it's not a problem for me. But like, if you're trying to do it with no money or something like that, yeah, you're gonna go through some roached out coils you can't afford to replace. Like, it's a mess. But like I said, man, if you're not trying to quit smoking or something like that, don't fuck with it. There's something in your life you don't need. Our next victim is olive oil. Yeah, the fact that I'm back on normal cardboard and it's cutting this well is fantastic. Oh man, chat went dead. I like that you guys brought OnlyFans into this because there's a back of my head going, what if? So I did a count on the knives I have. If you go back into recent videos that I did not long ago, I did a state of the collection video where I brought out every single folding knife that I could find that I have, and the count was 168. Now, mind you, almost all those knives are like below 50 bucks, but yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I bought most of my stuff off of eBay and off of GearBest. Because GearBest had the stuff that, you know, for here, like, if you went into a shop and bought it, you'd be paying like 75 to 100 bucks, and on GearBest, it was like 35. Yeah, so I've got like a range. You know, I've got a handful of knives that are up over 100 bucks, like the Bug Out CF Elite. I've got the M390 Bug Out with the aluminum scales on it. I've got the Cold Steel 8010, the Cold Steel Frenzy, Kaiser Sheepdog XL, stuff like that. A lot of stuff around the $50 range, and a lot of stuff under 50 bucks. So earlier in the video, we were talking about starting an OnlyFans for just cutting up cardboard and seeing how that goes, and that led off to a whole hilarious train of thought. But the back of my head's like, what if that could actually work? It's like, I know OnlyFans is not just there for sex stuff, but the sex stuff gets the attention. But it would be amazing if somehow this generated revenue. That would be amazing. And like, I'm trying to sneak empty boxes out of work, and they're like, what's that for? OnlyFans? The more I think about that, the funnier it gets. Yeah. It's like normally when I'm like hiding a stack of boxes to haul off, like someone will be like, what, are you moving or something? It's like, would you believe live streams on YouTube? And just, that would be so much better. Like, what, are you moving or something? Why do you need that many boxes? OnlyFans? We call it like long strokes and deep pokes or something. Just be like super misleading with it. Yes, yes. Why didn't I think of that, Sergio? Like, that's my whole thing. Why didn't I think of that? Both of my kids, are pretty competent with artwork on electronic devices like tablets and stuff like that. So like my oldest kid did the work on getting the channel logo together. But I want to take that channel logo and I want around the top knives, I guess, and at the bottom let's flick the bean. I want that for it and that for shirts and stuff. So I'm trying to convince my oldest child to put that together for me. It's just I have to do a drawing for them too because I don't have any drawings I've done from very recent. Like they have some stuff I did when they were kids, but yeah, so at some point I got to make that happen. Yeah, the whole merch thing, like I'm not sure how exactly it works, but I think like you pay a fee to get stuff in the store, like Teespring or something like that. Like I'm not 100% sure how that works, but I get the feeling unless the channel gets a lot bigger, the merch sales wouldn't really do anything but cost me money, basically. So like, I know guys that have tried to go out there and get merch started like early, like way too early. Channels like got 800 subscribers and they're trying to sell merch. It's like, bro, that ain't the move. That ain't the move at all. Can I just cut this cardboard for the rest of the night? This is so much better. I'm going to need so much Tylenol. So much. I want to get this off of the light. Hang on. That's better. For me right now, it is 8:38 p.m. And this means we're getting really close to the point where the other knives we've done have really started to need to be stropped. Get that edge back. I don't think we're going to need that on this one yet. So that's the thing, like I cleared some extra time to try to really push this out. But as I mentioned in the review videos, I get the feeling this knife is going to hold on longer than I can physically. Because I'd love to have been able to keep track of how many feet of cardboard we've gone through, but I am not too far from Atlanta. I'm not going to get too much more specific than that, but too much personal information out there is a bad thing. That was almost bad. All right, Pompeii and olive oil, you're done for. Nope, not that box. Hey-ho. Now I'm trying to be picky. Yeah, the grip gets any stronger, I'm gonna tear the head right off. I swear I was cleaning it and it went off. All right, that's our next victim. Yeah, it's 8:40 here. I lost track of what I was gonna say. Guys, I am so tired. Like I went into work today and all I wanted to do was go the hell back to sleep. Like more so than usual. Like abnormally more so than usual. Like if all goes well, I'm going to sleep like the dead whenever I do go upstairs. I think the longest stream we've done is 4.5 hours. I'm going to try to beat that. And even at 4.5 hours, we wound up having to strop the knife a couple times. Like I think the only thing that's done this well is the $6 Temu knife. Like this thing held up as well as this has, and I'm not sure what the hell they actually made the steel out of. I know the last couple of ACRs we did have also done really good, but I started the stream at 5 o'clock Eastern. So I think that would have been 4 o'clock your time. You know, I was trying to make sure I cleared extra time for this because I knew it was going to last a long time. Hey, YouTube crashed on my other phone. There we are. Yeah, I had YouTube crash on my other phone too, the one that's watching the stream. Yeah, I've been going at this for a while. Okay, yeah, so knockoff, it's not just you. Huh. If I'm at Walmart, I'll take a look for that. Because if they have something like that for stupid cheap, that may be a good victim for Cardboard Slayer. All right, let's check the edge, see where we're at with that. Okay. Okay, the edge is still good. So yeah, whoever they're getting their D2 from, they're doing a good heat treatment. I think we could push this out to midnight and the edge would still be okay. Yeah, but I don't think my my discount code will still be good next month. But yeah, suffice it to say, this is definitely getting a very good review on the edge retention. This is fantastic. Sir, I am not going to be able to survive until midnight. I don't think you understand. I have been awake since 2 a.m. You know, I was shooting for 10 p.m. to see if I could last that long. Oh, trust me, knockoff, I feel that pain. I feel all of that pain. Trust me, the fact that I was looking at the Mayhem being $135 and unable to get it is still pissing me off to no end. Yes, it is on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot about Amazon I'm not unhappy with. That being said, you know, the more you learn about the way the world works, the more you realize there's not really any companies that you can buy stuff from that they're not doing something you've got a major fucking problem with. Like, it pretty much doesn't exist. You know, it's kind of a case of you got to live in the world you got, not the one you want. Yeah, might be time to let that grudge go then. Like, if you can't remember what the hell the grudge was, it's over. And believe me, that's coming from someone that knows how to carry a grudge. And I'm wondering if it's YouTube crashing that's done this, but we've gone down to like, we got up to 5 people watching. We were at 4. I mean, for a hot minute there, we had like 11, like huge numbers, huge numbers. $12. Well, live stream got punted again. It seems like it's every hour on the hour just about that it does that. Yeah, like I think we hit 11, but 12, I don't think they've invented a number as high as 12 yet. Like it's not so much the concurrence that I'm really paying attention to. It's at the end of the video, like I'll see that there was like 350 unique viewers, which, you know, is kind of a bonus side effect of hanging out with you guys and talking and, you know, enjoying ourselves. But, you know, odds are that pushed some subscribers over to the channel. Definitely helped my watch time, all that. And it's just a nice looking number to have on the screen. You know, it looks nice. you know, I always like seeing the numbers at the end, because like the first one I did where it was like 350 views, I screenshotted that shit because I was like, how the hell did it wind up being that many people? Oh, Jesus. Liquids. I think it does count towards watch time. I would certainly expect so. I don't know. I'd have to break down and dig into my screenshots to see if they actually have a total watch time on it. Like, I don't know why it wouldn't count towards watch time. Let's see. What box do I want to destroy next? I'm not going in on Bisquick again. That box sucked. Oh no. I had to go get more boxes. I'm not sure, like, maybe you could live stream a restoration or something like that? I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to find more mid-range cardboard that's not as crazy as some of the stuff we've cut tonight because my hand hurts. The things I do for you guys. Like I said, I'll have to take a look when you close out a stream. You get a screen that tells you how many concurrents you had and all that. I think it's got watch time on it. I'm not 100% though. You know, I don't I want to know how many people popped in. Yeah. You know, how many people popped in and just went, what the hell's this? And gave it about 30 seconds. They're like, nope, I'm out. Okay. Our next victim, Orville Redenbacher. He knows what he did. Well, I said it's not the concurrent viewers that you're necessarily looking at. It's the number of unique viewers. And I'd have no reason not to expect well over 300. You know, I mean, that was kind of when I was doing the blacksmithing stuff. You know, we'd set up a live stream, and you know, that was more about having people to hang out, with while you're in the shop. You know, because that's like, you know, especially back then, like 6-7 years ago, and it's still like that now. Like, if you get into blacksmithing and you got a shop, odds are you don't live within an hour of somebody else that also has a shop and knows what they're doing in it. So you run live streams to hang out with those guys there instead of you know, driving out to someone's shop like that. I need to look at the metrics and see about the impressions. Like, I usually don't stay on top of stuff like that. I'm just looking at the subscriber count just because I'm trying to get to where I hit 1,000 and I can monetize it. And again, I think once you hit that first 1,000, the next 1,000 comes a hell of a lot faster. And so on and so forth. But I could be wrong. A lot of the guys I've been watching do that have been also doing a shitload of giveaways. And I ain't got the money for that. This is not easy cardboard. Well, like I pay attention to my comments. Like I reply when I can. And I'll reply for as long as I can, but there's going to hit a point if the channel grows that much where you can't keep on top of the comments and you can't read all the comments if you value your mental health. That's one thing I have watched. Like I've been paying attention to the big guys on YouTube that they have that 1 million+ following, and the one thing I hear constantly is don't read your comments if you want your mental health to stay intact. Seth Kritzer, what's up? We are going into hour number 4 on this Jin Captain kit knife, and we have yet to sharpen it or strop it or anything, so we're pushing this. At this point, we're seeing how long I can go physically, because I am already starting to fall apart. Oh, my back just popped so damn much. I think we're about due for the mummy. There we go. It's been a while since one of those guys popped up. Oh, this right here? Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Like, it'll be okay tomorrow, but right now, it hurts. Sir, I have no interest in sports at all. Like, I know they're soccer guys, but that's all I know. Maybe someone in the comments knows more than I do, but or in the chat, but honestly, yeah, sport. Like, if I'm being real, sports is tied to a really dark, fucked up chapter of my life, so like I don't like them at all. Yeah, I'm not going to go much farther than that, because I will take the entire, like, believe me, it'll mess the whole room up. But so far, we have talked about cars, we have talked about video games, we have talked about OnlyFans, we have talked about knives. We haven't gone into movies yet, but the age range and the disparate lifestyles of everybody here means most of us haven't seen the movie the other one's fixing to ask about. Oh, God. Yeah, this is toe up, gentlemen. Okay, so I know we just did an edge retention test, but I still want to check a little more frequently now just to see how it's holding up, because this is 4 hours. Oh my, I have not seen the reboot trailer. Oh my God, I do not want to. Oh my God, no. Like, I do not currently have a butterfly knife. I had one many, many years ago, and I learned a really basic flourish with it to look cool. But that's not the kind of thing that I can carry, so I don't have it. Like, if I can't carry it, there's no reason to buy it. But that's just me. Like, So for me to carry something, I really need a locking mechanism, preferably one hand open clip, and it's got to be easy. This has to stay tucked in my waistband at work. I don't have room in my pocket to carry something loose. And so it's basically, it's got to be a one-hander. It's got to have a lock I can use one-handed and a pocket clip, and it needs to be tip up. Tip up is the Lord's carry. So like butterfly knives, not so much. Like a buck 110, I'd love to carry that, but there's no pocket clip. And like I have a wide range of stuff I can carry like that. Like I can carry a Cold Steel AD10. I can carry a full-size Luzon XL. I can carry a Kaiser Sheepdog XL. I can carry a Cold Steel Frenzy. You're talking about like 5.5 inch blades. Yeah, I know they have newer buck 110s. I don't have one of those though. But yeah, so like I can carry some absolutely crazy shit, but it's got to have that pocket clip, and it's got to be set up right, because you know the environment I'm in. All right, Seth. No, you're good, man. I'm happy you dropped by. Oh man, this stuff is not as bad as the Bisquick box, but it's still pretty bad. I thought it would be easier. Maybe. I mean, that's the thing is like, you know, for a buck 110, you know, I like the thought of like a vintage, old school, proper old buck 110. You know, like I've got the one from 1980 to 1981 that belonged to my uncle before he passed away. And I'd like to carry that one, but he loosened the action up on it enough where you can do the downwards flick on it and open it. But that also means that that tip opens just a little bit while it's in your pocket, and that can easily stab the piss out of you. And so that means it's not safe enough for me to carry. I think he might have carried it in a sheath, which would have solved that problem. But I also can't like have a, I could possibly have a sheath on my belt at work, but that's a level of inconvenience that I don't want to deal with. Oh. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, I'm sure I'll find a solution at some point. Like, I'd love to get the Buck 110 automatic. Like, that's just badass in concept and execution, but too expensive. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how much longer I can do this. My hand is finally just getting too painful. Actually, I think it is getting to be that time. I thought I might be able to push it out till 10, but my hand cannot take any more right now. We will finish off this piece. We're gonna see what the strop does to it. But I'm gonna say right now, 4 hours of continuous cutting and the edge still being that good is fucking amazing. Yeah, Rich, I'm in the process of wrapping things up. Like, look at my hand right here. It is annihilated. Like, these guys sent me the thing to review. I want to do them right. Now, I will show you the edge. Like, I haven't sharpened it or stropped it yet. It may not cut this paper right here. No, it's not doing that, but it will do copy paper. Is it finally going? Yeah, the edge is finally like going. Then again, the edge is worn, but it's still going. Like, out of our 8 CRs, we started seeing that at about the 2.5 hour mark ish. So I am thoroughly impressed with this thing. I don't think anyone else that reviews one of these is going to be able to say they did this with it, though. Oh, my God. My hand hurts so damn much, guys. All right, this is going to be our last cup for the night. I just can't do this anymore. However, we've got the strops. Where is my other strop? Where is my other strop? Did it fall down? Guys, I'm missing an entire damn strop. No, I'm not. I just brain farted real bad. All right. Once I'm done here, I'm going to go sit upstairs and just kind of stare through my screen for a while. Oh no, like we're gonna hang out upstairs. It's just we both kind of sit in bed and, you know, stare at screens. Like, one thing that we're really good at, and part of why we work so well together, is we are good at cooperatively doing nothing. I mean, there's something to be said for just kind of sitting by yourself and doing a whole bunch of nothing, and it's something else entirely to be sitting with somebody doing a whole bunch of nothing. Like, it's a totally different vibe. It's a better vibe. So we're getting back up to a really shiny edge. The question is can I get this as sharp off the strop as it was out of the box? Eh, you know, I lost a ton of shit when the divorce hit the fan with the ex-wife. That being said, I found the right person, not just somebody I settled for. And you know, I'm married again. Like, I'm so good at marriage, I've had two of them. Because trust me, being married doesn't really provide you any tax benefit that I've found. You want tax benefits? Make you some babies. You know, marriage might not be for everybody. All of my relationships up until the last two ended up being cheated on. So I'm right there with you, but you're picking the wrong people. That's your thing. You're picking the wrong people, just like I was picking the wrong people. So I'm going to tell you right now, before you get involved with somebody, take you more time than you think you're going to need to get to know them before you decide to get involved. You know, see how they handle yeah. But no, see how they handle crisis. See how they handle getting into a conflict with somebody. You know, if one of their friends are arguing with them, you see them turn into just a god-awful, horrible person, time to go. You see them resolve a conflict like a confident, capable, well-rounded adult, that's a good sign. You know, I mean, that's the thing is like when you first see somebody that you like, you get infatuated. And when you're infatuated, you're in love with the idea of who they are. You're in love with the idea that you've put together in your head of who they are. And you got to get past that point and let reality set in before you get involved. All right, so we have got one shiny edge. Yeah, again, you're looking for the wrong people, man. Seriously. I've heard that too. All right, are we shaving? With some effort, yes, we are shaving. But let's see this edge now. So it's not quite as sharp as it came from the factory, but it's still really, really damn sharp now. All right. Okay. Let's get one more fart guy for the road. I love it when they light the lights up. Let's get the difficulty cut paper and then I'm gonna wrap this up because I need to go lay down. well, we can't say sponsored, but sent in for review. Okay, so we are back to cutting through the hard paper. Yeah. And this is also really indicative of the HRC of this thing is you know, it didn't strop up nearly as fast as the other knives have. So yeah, this thing I am 100% impressed. Like, they are selling a good product here. So this is where we're going to wrap things up, guys. Everybody that's still watching, y'all have a great evening. Either tonight or tomorrow I'll have the aftermath video and the final comprehensive review of that thing up. And yeah, so yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking around this long. I really appreciate it. Yeah, time for me to go lay down. Time for you guys to have a good evening. Good night, everybody.